Good evening and welcome to NTD's The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And tonight we begin our special coverage of the Republican National Convention. This is the first chapter of NTD's coverage of the 2024 presidential conventions.
That's right. Over the next 4 days, we'll be covering all the action at the RNC, getting updates from our on-site reporters, hearing in-depth commentary from our in-studio guests, and a lot more. So remember to tune in every evening.
And here with us at the desk is former presidential campaign advisor and former Republican New Jersey gubernatorial candidate, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, and political strategist and national trial attorney with Mills Edwards, Dante Mills. Thank you both very much for being here. Before we open up our discussion right here, we want to go to our NTD Washington correspondent, Iris Tao, who is on the ground at the RNC in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Iris, we're just moments away from the start of tonight's session. What have you been seeing over there so far, and what can we...
Good evening to you all. So far we've heard many speeches on the floor, both by congressional lawmakers as well as Trump's allies and main figures in the Republican Party. And just this afternoon, we have former President Trump and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance now officially nominated as the Republican ticket for the 2024 presidential election. And meanwhile, Trump, in announcing his pick for VP, cited Vance's resume of including, for example, having graduated from the Ohio State University and then Yale Law School, and also having a successful business career in both finance and technology. He also cited Vance's appeal to American workers and farmers.
He's a clone of Trump on the issues. A clone of Trump on the issues. So I don't see any difference.
So right now we're a lot more to look for, especially as we're waiting for more speeches tonight. We also have known that VP Vice President Kamala Harris has congratulated Senator J.D. Vance on his entry to the race and is now looking forward to their VP debate to come in the coming months. Back to you.
NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao will be checking in with her throughout the night at the convention.
And let's go to the Data Hub now with NTD's Dave Martin, who's got an overview of some of the most important events that'll take place at this convention. Dave, what do you have?
Thank you, Tiff. There's really three main objectives for this convention. Now, the first is for the delegates to officially cast their votes for their presidential nominee, which Donald Trump won by a landslide, and for Trump to accept the nomination. Now, the second was also for Trump to reveal who his vice presidential pick was. We found this afternoon it would be Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. And the third was to adopt their new party platform. Now, we'll have more on their platform later. But first, let's review how this primary was won here. Now, this has started all the way back in January. We had four big names here: Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, and of course, Donald Trump vying for the presidential nominee. Now, both DeSantis and Ramaswamy bowed out after the Iowa caucus with 9 votes and 3 votes, respectively. Nikki Haley, though, stayed for a little while longer in this race. She picked up votes in Washington, D.C., winning that one, and Vermont, and in a handful of other states before finally bowing out with 97 votes. This is right after Super Tuesday. And really for the rest of the way there, Donald Trump ran unopposed, blew well past the 1,215 delegates needed to win. He ended up with 2,265, leaving no doubt as to who the nomination was. Now, we'll have more on this as the night progresses, but as for right now, let's go back to the desk.
Dave, thanks for that update.
And coming back to our in-studio guests, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers and Dante Mills. It's great to have you both here. Lieutenant, I want to get your thoughts. Former President Trump picking J.D. Vance as his running mate. What qualities do you think that J.D. brings to the ticket that made him choose him, and what do you make of his pick?
Well, I think the pick was very good. Politically, from Ohio, that was a great decision that President Trump made. But J.D. Vance, he humble beginnings. It reminds me of me in Brooklyn. You know, you're working your way up, the American dream. Work your way up to where you want to go. So the humble beginnings, the fact that he does have support of middle America, farmers. You know, I mean, you don't hear much about the farmers these days, but they're out there and they count. And the fact that he was in the Marines, he went and served this country in uniform, and that to me is a big plus.
Yeah, and when you look at that selection, everyone was curious if Donald Trump was going to select someone that was opposite of him so that they can fill in some of the holes that he may have as a candidate, or if he was going to select someone that he knew was going to be by his side, essentially no matter what. And I think that's what he chose to do. J.D. Vance is up and coming. He's 39 years old, I believe. He's had a successful business career and transitioned that into a successful political career. But a lot of his ideological lines, it lines up with Donald Trump. All of those issues that they are aligned with are going to be key. And I think Trump wanted somebody else that could be out there a little bit younger and reach a different demographic, but is going to be using the same talking points because he believes most of the same things. So it was interesting to see if Trump was going to go with somebody that was different than him, maybe Nikki Haley or somebody like that, or somebody that was similar to him that can carry the same trumpet and make it sound louder, but still expressing those same views and ideas.
On that note, how do you see the Democratic Party then maybe campaigning against J.D. Vance if he is almost a mini version of Trump, right? How is the Republican ticket going to go after the independents and moderates? And how do you see, say, maybe Kamala Harris facing off against J.D. Vance?
Well, just with polling in general, a lot of times the VP pick, it's not going to decide the election, right? It's not going to really determine who wins the presidency, but it does give both sides an opportunity to make some different arguments. And I think with J.D. Vance as the ticket, it's going to allow the Democrats to say, you know exactly what you're getting, and you don't want that. If you don't want Donald Trump, J.D. Vance is the same thing. It just reinforces that idea that this is somebody that's going to come in, they're going to bully, they're going to be aggressive because that's who Donald Trump is presented to be, and that's the same persona and personality that J.D. Vance has. So I think the Democrats can say, you're getting more of Trump, where if Donald Trump picked somebody that was a little different, like Vivek Ramaswamy or Tim Scott, then they would have been able to say it's a different person, right? And what they're presenting is different ideas. The Democrats are going to say there's one message that's being presented, it's Donald Trump. If you don't like Donald Trump, here's more reason to come out and vote against him.
Well, I'd like to respond to that. I think the American people, not just Republicans, but independents and Democrats, they would rather have a Donald Trump based on his record when he was president. The economy was strong, the military was strong. We didn't have a woke agenda that was created to damage this country. We had our borders sealed. You can't deny that. And the thing that bothers me about polls is that, you know, go into a supermarket and talk to a mom and a dad that have to buy groceries today. Go to a gas station and speak to someone online buying gas. Everything was fine 4 years ago. We were living good, but the Democrat Party took over, and what they did was they advanced an agenda that did more damage to this country. The only time I remember this happened, but this is worse, was when Jimmy Carter was president of the United States, and it was Ronald Reagan who came in. And I remember the same story from the Democrats. You don't want an actor, you don't want a guy that has no experience, on and on and on. So I would suggest that the Democrat Party, they know they're in serious, serious trouble, and they're going to be wiped out, I believe, and I hope for the good of the country, from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill and down the ballot to local elections.
I mean, the problem with that is if you look at the recent elections, I think that red wave that some people may have even expected just hadn't happened. I do believe the Democratic Party, they are in trouble. Their candidate has a lot of problems, starting just with his competency, right? Is he capable of being president, not today or tomorrow, but 2.5 years from now, where he would still be president if he was voted in this election. So there's no question that the Democratic Party has problems. I think that both candidates are known parties, right? People know what they're going to get with Trump. You know what you're going to get with Biden. It's a matter of which one did you like. But I think Donald Trump bringing in J.D. Vance to kind of reinforce who he is, I think that's his way of letting people know, my agenda, I'm going to stick with it. I'm not going to be swayed by, having somebody else as a VP that may be convincing me to kind of go to a different direction. I'm going to be the president I want to be, and I'm bringing in somebody that's going to support me doing that. And if you're on my side, then you'll vote for me.
Well, doesn't that work the same way with Joe Biden and the Vice President Harris? I mean, he has somebody there who's going to continue to advance a failed agenda. I mean, we got to agree it's a failure. And I agree with you, the red wave never came, and I blame the Republican Party for that. They got to get busy and uniting. But if you look at the Biden-Harris agenda, it's been destructive. Can you sit here today and look at me right in my face and say everything is a lot better than it was 4 years ago? I don't believe you could do that.
Now, speaking of Vice President Harris, I want to get your thoughts. To a previous point that Stephen Rogers mentioned, don't let J.D. Vance's humble beginnings fool you. He's a very smooth political operator and litigator, for that matter. I've heard mixed reviews. A lot of Democrats say that out of the three previous choices, whether it was Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, or J.D. Vance, the person that they would least like to see Kamala Harris debate in the VP debate would be J.D. Vance. How do you think she'll fare against it?
It's interesting. You're both attorneys, right? And they both are very well spoken and can get their point across. I think Kamala Harris, she has a problem reaching people that aren't in the know. Her strength is really explaining things to people kind of up, where if there's an issue with people, she can explain it to those in power. She can't go the other way. I think J.D. Vance suffers from the same problem. You don't see J.D. Vance out here connecting to millennials or young people and have this big following, but what he can do very, very well is explain regular people's issues, right? The issue that's affecting the everyday Americans to those above, to those decision makers. So I think that debate in and of itself, they're going to be a wash. They're both very well spoken. They both have the similar background as far as the law, but they also have problems speaking directly to Americans, right? To middle Americans. They both have problems with that. So I don't think anyone really is going to have an advantage or that anyone really is going to have that much impact on the ticket. I think this was just Donald Trump's way of convincing the people that support him, I'm going to do it my way. He does it my way, so I'm going to bring him along with me.
Steve, we saw the first presidential debate, the sitting president obviously not having the greatest night. Typically the VP debate not as watched, but now that the debates are kind of in focus, how consequential do you think this VP debate will be between now we know J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris?
It will be very consequential if they do the right thing, both of them. Talk about unity. They have to be showing the American people that we could agree to disagree, but we've got to stop that. I guess there's no other way to put the hatred. We have to stop all of that language that has divided this country. I remember Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. Boy, those guys went at it, and afterwards they went out and got a scotch. You know, people in America want to go back to that time where the dignity of the office and the country means more than your political position. And so I think it'll be very consequential. People are going to be watching how they work with each other as well as against each other, not personally, but policy-wise.
But that's to come from the top. The president, President Biden and former President Donald Trump, right? President Biden came directly after former President Donald Trump, and the first time that they spoke on the phone in all of those years was on Saturday, after that happened. Why are you not getting counsel from each other? Why is it not in America where both sides can kind of work together? The president that was right before you, you've not once in the entire time that you were president reached out he made a call and said, listen, I'm speaking to this leader and this is what they think. How was he with you, right? How is that conversation not happening? Because that would be better for America. So I think we got to start at the top. We got to start bringing everybody back together and working together to get to the best America possible.
I might have an answer to that, and I think you'll agree with me. At least I hope you do. I believe that extremists on both sides have taken the narrative and have drowned out the American people, whether they're Democrat, Republican, or independent. I believe they drowned them out. The voices of extremists are louder. And I agree with you. Those on top have to make a decision. Either we're going to listen to the American people, the hard-working ones we all talk about, right? Or we're going to listen to those who are kind of going off the deep end.
But most of us are in the middle. Most of us just want,
exactly,
to be able to buy groceries, to be able to take care of our children, to be able to feel safe. We're not extremists. So you can't allow those extreme voices to control everybody that's in the middle that really just wants America to work.
In fairness, I think we have to give credit when credit is due and allow those moments like we saw former President Trump changing his speech to omit things that directly attack Biden, and President Biden likewise saying that we need unity. I think we have to really give those moments time to breathe and not, look at the past and criticize people for what they have or haven't done so that we can move forward. With that said, we do have to take a quick break. We're going to have a lot more to discuss. We're going to leave the discussion here just for a moment. In just a few minutes, the RNC will start its evening session. We'll be covering it all right here on The Nation Decides. Coming back right after this very short break.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're going to benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
Does shopping for bladder control products have you feeling like you need someone to be on the lookout for you? Now you have your privacy back. We're HDIS, and we home deliver bladder control products directly to you. We're always on the lookout for you. You get free shipping in plain, unmarked boxes. So your private matters, stay private. We understand how you feel. For over 35 years, we've delivered bladder control products to millions of Americans, just like you. You don't have to worry about incontinence any longer. Call now for your free product sample pack and over $45 in money-saving coupons. At HDIS, we're always in stock. We carry all brands in hundreds of styles and sizes. You'll be sure to get what you need, guaranteed.
For your free sample pack with your free catalog and $45 in money-saving coupons and free product samples, call 800-701-6159. That's 800-701-6159.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And let's right now go to NTD's Washington correspondent, Jack Bradley, who's at the RNC in Wisconsin. Jack, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, yes, so I'm here right here in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, where the RNC is taking place. I'm at Media Row right now talking to several attendees here. We spoke to Attorney General Ken Paxton of Texas, who strongly supports Trump. Spoke to an ordinary citizen here, part of a union, and he's a construction worker, lifelong Democrat, now voting for Trump, saying that the middle class has been suffering in recent years, and that he puts God and his family first, and next is his country, and then after that is his union. And he feels that the Trump administration would do wonders for his union. That's why he's throwing his support behind them. I also spoke to another person about the Eileen Cannon throwing out the charges that Trump was in his classified documents case over Jack Smith's appointment, saying it was not valid. So we had a lot of support here for Trump here at the RNC. Trump arrived here just, not too long ago yesterday from Bedminster after the incident in Pennsylvania. Of course, he was shot in the ear and one person had died at that rally in Pennsylvania. 2 were injured. And we can see that, there was a spirit of unity following that. Trump mentioned that we should come together. He said he survived by luck or by God. And even President Biden coming out saying that now's not a time for politicization, but for unity as well. Announcing the VP pick, Trump a lot of people were very supportive of J.D. Vance, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. And Biden came out, he was asked about this. He said that he agrees with everything policy-wise with Trump. So we can see that the security measures here at the RNC were not changed after the incident in Pennsylvania, the assassination attempt, because they're already of the highest level. There are many things to look forward to in the RNC. Today, they're mainly focusing on the economy and inflation, but we'll have a lot more to come in the next 4 days. Back to you.
He's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley reporting from the convention. So let's come back to our guests here, former presidential campaign advisor, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, and political strategist Dante Mills. Thank you both for joining us. Is this convention, Lieutenant, only about appealing to Republicans, or do you think the RNC and the Trump campaign are going to try to appeal to outsiders like independents and even Democrats for that matter?
I believe they know the whole world will be watching. Foreign leaders will be watching. So they're looking to appeal to everyone to do what? To make America great again and to make the world better and safer again. So that's where they're going to focus their, as far as the decisions as to the delivery of their message, they're going to focus on all of that.
And I agree with that because they did bring in Nikki Haley is now speaking. They've added some other speakers that will increase their base, and they're hoping will bring some Republicans back home because obviously Nikki Haley stayed in the, in the preliminary election for a long time, longer than Trump, former President Trump wanted her to, and it created some division there. And I think they're taking strides or trying at least to bring everybody together for that purpose. I don't know if they're going to extend beyond the Republican Party, though. I think it may be a situation where both Republicans and Democrats are trying to galvanize their base, and whatever base shows up enough, that party may win the election.
On that note, Dante, Milwaukee has been named a Democratic stronghold. Michael Whatley, chair of the RNC, was saying why they chose this is because Wisconsin is a battleground state, and they do seem to really be trying to appeal to the moderates, the independents. There's a poll that shows that 25% of voters are double haters. They don't want Trump or Biden, so both sides really has to get those people, but also the independents and moderates. How do you see the RNC tackling that? So it's not just, say, a MAGA Trump platform, but really trying to appeal to that.
It's going to be tough because we have known candidates. Both of these guys that's running in this election was president. So people know who they are. So if after a Donald Trump presidency, you're not a fan of Donald Trump, this RNC convention is not going to make you a fan of Donald Trump. If after Joe Biden's first run, you're not a fan of Joe Biden, I don't think there's much that he can do at this point, a couple of months before the election, to turn you into a fan. So it's a situation where it's a little bizarre that we have two people running that was already president, and they may have their fans on their side, and there may not be a lot of change. It's just how many people can you get out? Can you generate the people that's for you to actually get out and vote? I think that's where the battle is going to be. I don't think the RNC is expecting to win over Milwaukee, right? Former President Trump said some horrible things about Milwaukee, called them a horrible city. You see people protesting and signs like that in Milwaukee. I don't think they plan to win over Milwaukee, but I do think that they want to galvanize the people that's already with them to make sure that they get out and vote.
I'll tell you, I agree with you that maybe the RNC won't be able to convince people in Milwaukee or in any other place to become a Republican, vote for Trump, but I'll tell you who'll be able to do that. Joe Biden. He's already done it. He's pushed people so far over the edge that they're coming to vote for Trump. Why? It's a matter of dollars and cents. Again, I go back to meet the parents in the supermarket with 4 kids. Meet them when they have to pay for school books, when their taxes are skyrocketing, when they can't afford, they're living paycheck to paycheck. That didn't come by Donald Trump. That came with the Biden administration. So at the end of the day, I agree the RNC may not be able to change the needle on it, but Joe Biden has already changed it. That's why the Democrats are shaking in their pants. They're not only worried about 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, they're worried about losing the Senate and losing the Congress.
And Dante, I want to get your thoughts. I mean, it feels like, you know, a million years ago that the Democrats were having a lot of infighting when it came to their nominee, President Biden, after the fallout to the debate, after what happened to former President Trump. So with that said, that situation seems to have blown over, at least for now. But my question is, when we see the images, I don't know if we can pull it up, of former President Trump essentially dodging that bullet, that iconic image of him, you know, with the American flag over him, the Secret Service pumping his fist. Do you think that that has the potential to resonate with a lot of independents and Democrats, showing, you know, a certain level of strength and ability?
I think it's going to resonate with people who just want unity in this country and don't want a position where violence is associated with politics at all. We shouldn't have that. But I also know that in our climate, even with the news cycle being 24 hours, not a lot of people go past the first one or two stories. And right now, that attempt on former President Donald Trump's life is the #1 story. But I don't think that means that Joe Biden not being capable of being president, that story is over. I don't think that's over by any stretch. I think that still has to be dealt with. The Democrats have to come together and decide, are we going to put this candidate up, or are we going to try and find someone else before our convention to put up and say, we're going to offer an alternative to the voters, somebody that they will feel confident in will be around and be capable for the next 4 years. So I don't think that conversation is over at all. I think just Democrats still have to deal with that. It's just not the top story right now because it's been a long time before we had an assassination attempt on someone of this caliber.
And we do have to take another short commercial break. We'll be right back with more of our special coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention.
We'll be covering all of it tonight and over the next 2 days right here on The Nation Decides in just a few minutes.
One in 5 children worldwide are faced with the reality of living without food. No family dinners, no special treats, not enough energy to play. All around the world, hunger is affecting children's physical and mental health. Toddlers are suffering from acute malnutrition, which stunts their growth. Kids are forced to drop out of school so they can help support their families. Conflict, inflation, and climate have ignited the worst famine in our lifetime. And we are fed up. Fed up that hunger devours dreams. Fed up that hunger destroys joy. Fed up with the fact that hunger eats childhood. Help us feed the futures of children all over the world by visiting getfedupnow.org. For as little as $10 a month, you can join Save the Children as we support children and families in desperate need of our help. Now is the time to get fed up and give back. When you join the cause, your $10 monthly donation can help communities in need of life-saving treatments and nutrients, prevent children from dropping out of school, support our work with communities and governments to help children go from short-term surviving to long-term thriving. And now, thanks to special government grants, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. That means more food, water, medicine, and help for kids around the world. You'll also receive a free tote bag to share your support for children in need. Having your childhood eaten away by hunger is unimaginable. Get fed up. Call us now or visit getfedupnow.org.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes. Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I always feel like I can solve my own problems, but eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me. When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Shen Yun Creations, the streaming platform from Shen Yun, featuring world-class dance, past programs, and all original music. Masterclasses, behind the scenes, comedy, and more. Explore ShenYunCreations.com.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And back to our in-studio panel, former presidential campaign advisor, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, and political strategist, Dante Mills. Once again, guys, the RNC having themes each night. Tonight's being Make America Wealthy once again. Tomorrow, Make America Safe once again. What do you make of this kind of themed series throughout the next 4 nights?
Well, in the next 4 nights, they'll be speaking to different audiences. Make America Wealthy again. I believe strengthening our economy is important to everyone on every socio-economic level. Make America Safe again. Yes, important to everyone, but part of that theme will be addressing our law enforcement officers. They need to get the tools back that they had before to do the job that kept the streets safe. So each night you'll have a different theme, no doubt focused on different people at different levels of the community.
There's no surprise that they're starting off with this Make America Wealthy Again theme to open up the convention. That's clearly the strong point of former President Donald Trump's platform. When he was in office, he took an aggressive approach to putting money back into the hands, I think, from the top down. He cut a lot of taxes for small businesses and things like that. My law firm benefited from that. And we were able to...
Enough to get your vote?
I don't like to talk about vote, but enough that I was able to employ more people. And I think that approach, it worked. And there's no doubt, right, that I think Donald Trump's, or former President Trump's strength is the economy. I think there's some other things that they're going to have to focus on for the rest of this convention, but I'm just not surprised that he's starting off with that to grab people's attention, because that's something people can get behind him with, and they believe in him, that he'll bring a strong economy to America.
On that note, Lieutenant, the new Republican Party platform is dedicated to, quote, the forgotten men and women of America. Now, it's been almost 8 years since Trump won in 2016. Has the makeup of Trump's audience changed since then?
Oh, I think it's changed dramatically. I've spoken to people, whether they're independent, Democrat, Republican, or whatever, even non-aligned, they're going for Trump. Why? Because their pocketbooks have been severely hurt. Their retirement funds have been severely hurt. America has been hurt. We're a hurting country. Our military has been reduced to a real serious problem we're in with regard to China, with regard to Russia. So across the spectrum, Americans from all walks of life are being hurt, and there's only one way out of this, and right now, it's Donald Trump becoming president.
The issue with that, though, is the economy is important, no question about it. You look at polls, it's one of the top issues, but some people, that's not the one and only thing that they're concerned about. They want a president that's going to make them feel welcome, that's going to make them feel cared for, that's going to have some empathy, some compassion. Maybe. And former President Trump just went through a very traumatic experience. And he is changing some of the speech that he was going to give. It may have opened his eyes to say, I have to be a peacemaker. And if he can do that, if he can be strong in the economy, but also socially, just be kind to people, I think he will be a very good candidate and a very strong president. But I think former President Trump's issue is he's abrasive, he's aggressive, and he doesn't make a lot of people feel welcome. And some people may say that he escalates the tension in the room. And that's important to a lot of voters. And that's why, even with the strong economy that he brought, some people just aren't willing to get behind him.
Well, when he was president of the United States, he brought peace to the Mideast. When he was president of the United States, he was going to end that Afghanistan war without one U.S. soldier being killed. When he was president of the United States, not one war was started. When he was president of the United States, he was handling Putin very well. So I'll agree with you on certain points you made. We have to, as George Bush said, become a kinder and gentler country. But that's also with the Democrat Party. You see, all those politicians, they all belong, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're in the same basket as far as I'm concerned. Kinder and gentler on both sides. But when you take Donald Trump's record and compare it to what Joe Biden has done to this country, it's just no match.
But imagine a Donald Trump without the name calling, if you can take that away from him, I think it makes him a much stronger leader. And I think people would be able to and willing to get behind him because he does have a lot of strengths that he brings to this country. But some people hear the kind of words that he uses and how he discusses people, and they're not willing to get behind that.
I think that's a fair point. And another point that you made, the President of the United States, we have to remember, is the president of everybody in the country. But I will counter that and get your thoughts. The president, he is bombastic. He can be abrasive sometimes, but the media also doesn't do him any favors in terms of taking him out of context and different things like that. So how much of this, inflammatory kind of division in the country would you say rests in the hands of the media as well?
Oh, a lot of it. Look, I'm sure Walter Cronkite is rolling over in his grave, and thank God for broadcasts like yours. You're bringing the news to people. You got a sign there that says the nation decides. Well, you're not giving your opinions out. You're not giving your political views out. You're sharing facts with people, and you're letting the nation decide. But I'll tell you, and I'll mention them, CNN, MSNBC, the damage that they are doing to this country as a result of their political agenda is adding a lot of fuel to the fire. And I'll agree with you, my friend. I wish Donald Trump, I dream for that day when the name calling stops and you kind of calm down. I've always believed in the dignity of the office. Yes. Very important. But maybe, just maybe, and you brought up a good point, maybe this will change him. I'm thanking God he's alive, but
Absolutely.
Maybe it'll have some change.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and anything to share on that point?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a very traumatic experience. We all watched it. It was public. And you look at some of those photos, and if he did not turn his head, who knows what would have happened. And I think anybody watching that sees that experience and wonders how it would impact him. He rose up in that moment, put his fist up, and you could see just the excitement and just the moment. It was a lot of energy there. And you hope that he carries that forward, knowing what could have happened, and say, I want to make sure that I'm bringing everybody together. And I think that's an easy fix, because it starts with just removing some of the names that he's calling people, changing the tone, but still having some of the policies that do work for America. And I think he has the ability to do that now. Sometimes it takes something traumatic to shake you up. That experience presented itself, but let's see what he does as a result of that.
I want to zoom in on that, because since this event on Saturday, Trump has done a few interviews. He said in an interview with Washington Examiner that it's a chance to bring the country together. I was given that chance. He also thanked God that he was here. Given that, Lieutenant, what would you like to see from Trump when it comes to bringing the country together?
When he said that he believed God would intervene for him, it reminded me of when Ronald Reagan, the attempt on his life, when he met the Pope and said, now I know God has a mission for me. So I would hope that Donald Trump would change in a way that my good friend just mentioned before, that it's time to be more civil, if you will. It's time to end the name calling, because here's what concerns me. Not only we as adults are watching Donald Trump or Joe Biden, but our kids are, our grandchildren are. And the impact that words are having on children could come back to haunt us, especially from the President of the United States. But I have hope. I've worked in the same building with the guy and been at meetings and met him a few times and talked with him. I would just ask that he take a position of bringing the country together, both in word and deed.
Speaking of children, to your point, the alleged shooter, 20 years old, not even of drinking age yet. Yeah. Talking about words influencing people.
Yeah. And whatever he was seeing, whatever he was on the internet with, whoever he was interacting with, have a lot to be responsible for, because I know we'll get into that some other time, but 20 years old, look what words can do.
Very impressionable, yeah. At that age, they are very impressionable, and you see the impact where you have, and you talk about this a lot, where that office, there's a responsibility that you have there to be an example. So when the name calling happens other places, they know, a president wouldn't do, that's not presidential. I think we need to get back to that point where certain things are just presidential. And you have that grace, you have that empathy, that compassion for people that makes the rest of the country want to treat people better. That's the America that we need and we want. And I think if we move in that direction, which we can, I think we'll be on a good path.
An important discussion indeed. We will return to that. Let's go now to NTD's Iris Tower, White House correspondent. Iris, what can you report?
Good evening to all of you. So as we're waiting for the sessions at the Republican National Convention to resume very shortly, a big keyword tonight we'll hear is unity. And that's what we have been hearing from President Biden and former President Trump as well, especially after the Saturday assassination attempt on the former president. And so today we have heard Trump Jr., of course, saying tonight that Trump's VP pick, J.D. Vance, is a candidate that will bring unity to the country. And meanwhile, we also have heard President Biden today telling NBC News, clarifying his comments when he said that they should put Trump in a bullseye last week. And here's what President Biden said. Watch.
There's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's.
And President Biden has now ordered an independent review of the assassination attempt last weekend. And today also we have seen a Senate Homeland Security Committee sending a letter to the DHS and FBI expressing grave concerns about security failures that contributed to last weekend's attempt. And meanwhile, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas also said that he has now confidence in the Secret Service following the attempt. Watch.
I have 100% confidence in the United States Secret Service, and what you saw on stage on Saturday with respect to individuals putting their own lives at risk for the protection of another is exactly what the American public should see every single day. It is what I indeed do.
And Secretary Mayorkas also said today that third-party candidate RFK Jr. will also receive security details now as a candidate. And of course, today we have also seen RFK Jr. coming out to say that he got a call from former President Trump this morning, and they discussed, quote, national unity. So that's going to be a key theme both at the RNC and surrounding these presidential candidates in the days and weeks to come. Back to you.
Iris, thank you for that. That is our White House correspondent there at the RNC convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin for us.
And also on site at the convention is NTD's Washington correspondent Jack Bradley. Let's check back in with Jack. Jack, what can you report?
Hey, well, just going off of what Iris said, yeah, it's a significant development that RFK Jr. is receiving that Secret Service detail as a result of the assassination. Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announcing such after repeated attempts from RFK to get that sort of security. His father, Robert F. Kennedy, and his uncle, President JFK, were both assassinated 5 years apart. And so RFK posted on Twitter earlier today that he met with President Trump this morning. He said, quote, "Our main topic was national unity, and I hope to meet with Democratic leaders about that as well. No, I am not dropping out of the race." So we can see RFK will still be running in this race, and a lot more to look forward to as we go on down with the RNC. Back to you.
NTD's Jack Bradley, our Washington correspondent there for us, and we'll be back with our special coverage of the RNC in just a few moments on The Nation Decides. Stay with us.
بیست و سه سال 16 سال عمري ما هفت
ما داعش کردیم برانبر خشک و دایکانی ازدی ما کاری که دور لهمو چمک دموکراسی و موافقانی مرو و انسانیت او بارودوخی که است های به تایبت لعراق و سوریه بشه که دگرت و با حالانه که اداره اوباما کرد
بریم بو او هفت روز من بو و داعش از کرد تامبون كرا قوتينيز قريا بما متشكر بهار فيدان نبو باوان رحم نبو قدامنا سؤالان من خادران نزر باوان نفستم بس وانا قوبس ناش بجوش باش.
They would literally be auctioned in front of soldiers, and then the soldiers begin to bid.
زارو بان همو جيبري تي حملي زارو يدمع واسسي بان همو جيبري
وحشیگریه که توا عیاره ظلمی که یک جار زور گوره لما افرطانه کرا و تعدایی که زور زوریان لیده که همانه روزانه دست فروشیده.
imagine being a child, having a child mentality, and these evil people come and wheel you away from the only safety you've ever known.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome back to more of our special coverage on The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And back to our in-studio panel, former presidential campaign advisor, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, and political strategist Dante Mills. Guys, the new Republican Party platform is short, simple, and pretty easy to understand. It reads like one of Trump's speeches at a rally, some might say. Why do you think the party has taken this approach with the platform?
Well, facts are facts. Let's keep it simple. The economy is bad. The military's been degraded. Crime is up like at no other time in history. There's no border left. What is there to make complicated? Just keep it simple and speak the language of the man and woman on the street. That's how you win the election.
Yeah, it's simple because he's a repeat candidate. And I think that makes it easy because people know who he is, what he's going to bring to the table, the ideas that he has for the country, including the border, with immigration, including the economy and how he works from the top down. There's some things like abortion that I think they want to try and stay away from, women's rights. But we know what we're going to get with Donald Trump. So there's no reason to have 93 pages of material because we've lived through a Donald Trump presidency. So it's just a matter of were you happy then and do you want it back?
I was happy then, and I want it back.
You want it back. So he doesn't have to convince you. You're already convinced. A short platform works, right?
I have heard some and seen some reports that are noting your point exactly, that, you know, Trump is a repeat candidate. We've seen his past, so doesn't need to go into a long depth, whereas the platform in 2016 was, I think, over 60 pages, whereas he was unknown at the time. Now, we have seen the Democrats go after the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025. That's over 900 pages. We've seen former President Trump distance himself from that. But how do you read that, where this platform is quite short? So some are saying part of that is that there's not much material there for the Democrats to go after, and then you're seeing, you know, them go after the one that's over 900 pages. What do you make of that take?
It's how politics works. Sometimes you speak through surrogates, right? And I know that former President Trump is trying to distance himself from that project by saying he doesn't know who's in charge of it. But it's also not coincidence that a lot of people that's associated with it either worked for him before or have promises to work for him again. So it is an opportunity, I think, for former President Trump to kind of put some ideas out to see how people respond to him without having to be accountable. If people don't latch on or believe in them, he can say, oh, no, that wasn't me. So I think it's good, though, for political campaigns to have floaters out there to get a sense of what people want. And sometimes you don't want to be the one to float an idea for the first time because if people hate it, they're going to use it against you. So I think a short platform for him allows him to do that, kind of be brief, but also he has other surrogates like the project that's floating other ideas to see how people respond.
Some reports are noting that Trump has not read over 900 pages. Well, that's part of why he distanced himself. But
in his life, or do you talking about just for this?
Just this Heritage Foundation, 900 plus pages for this project. But what do you make of all of this?
Well, I think attention span has a lot to do with it. Look, our congressional representatives vote on bills. They don't even read the bills. They go to page 2 and it's either yes or no. So attention span has a lot to do with it. But as we said earlier, people know who Donald Trump is. They know it was a successful presidency. They felt better about themselves and they felt better about America. And that's all that needs to be said.
So when it comes to the issue of abortion, obviously that, Dante, you mentioned that one earlier for Republicans. It seems to be the kryptonite. How do you think that the Republican Party needs to address this issue moving into November?
Well, I believe they have. They've taken the Reagan approach, with the exceptions of the life of the mother, the other 2 exceptions. So I think they've handled it well. And bringing it back to the states, it should be closer to the people. So I think that's the best way to do it. Let the people decide where they live, and then we move on.
Yeah, I think that's what
changing.
I saw. You saw former President Trump during the debate really make that point, and he repeated it over and over again. Oh, I want people to follow their heart. I want the people to be able to decide whatever state they live in. Their state can kind of make the rules, and then you follow your heart. I think he has to do that because it's a losing issue to say that we're going to take away women's ability to choose. But it's been done. It's happened. So how do you get away from that? And you just try and deflect and say, oh, no, I'm not making the decision. I'm just saying leave it in the hands of the state and allow people to follow their heart.
Although one tipping point on this is the limitations to when to get an abortion. I'm opposed to abortion, all right? However, when we read about states like New York and others where they say right up to the day of birth, that's a serious problem. But we're not going to solve that problem maybe in our lifetime, but maybe down the road it'll be solved.
Well, I mean, I guess the main issue I think that a lot of people have is I don't know if it's our problem to solve. I think that the bulk of this issue should be left to the people that are in that situation because they all vary so much. Yeah. So if you take away options, it can be a problem. We just want people to have the right to decide based on their particular situation.
I'm about to step into something. It's not our decision. It's God's decision, as far as I'm concerned. He is the author, the finisher, and beginner of life. And I think that's where the conflict is between what man chooses and what God has ordained. But that's personal belief.
I do think that we can see how passionate and how serious of an issue this is just based on the discussion and how different people's views can be on it. With that said, we take a look at the screen right now at the convention. It's getting ready to kick off tonight. Just moments away. We're going to bring it to you all night. We'll be cutting in and out, but for the majority of the time, we'll be letting everybody just kind of hear what the platform is, hear the folks speak. There's a live shot of it right now. And former President Trump is expected not to speak tonight, but to attend and to make, what we think may be an appearance. There's a lot of interesting speakers. The first one that you'll be seeing tonight, it looks like it will be a musical performance, maybe a video. Senator Tim Scott is at the top of the lineup tonight. He was a potential candidate to be chosen as VP. Very interesting that he'll be, one of the first ones to speak. One that kind of caught my eye, too, maybe we can bring it back to the desk to talk about, is the Teamsters Union president, Sean O'Brien. He's at the very end of the night. This is a lifelong Democrat, a card-carrying union member of the, very, historically left-leaning Teamsters. There was some interesting footage of him not too long ago having a serious argument that almost turned physical on the Senate floor with Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. Yet here he is now, developed a bit of a rapport with former President Trump, asked to speak at the RNC and the DNC. He wants to speak at both. Says he has not yet heard from the DNC on whether or not they'll allow him to speak. But here he is nonetheless speaking at the RNC convention. What gives?
I got to tell you, I was a union president, police department, PBA years ago, and I've learned something about union leaders. They will not go by what their membership really wants. A lot of these union leaders will do what they think is best for them. It's politics. But you go to the rank and file, and I've talked to a lot of construction workers and engineers on the campaign trail and carpenters and plumbers. They are not in favor of their union leaders going out and speaking for them. There's never a vote on it. And if there's a vote on it, well, you know what? You talk about rigged elections. I don't have any proof, but the fact of the matter is it happens. So I believe maybe in this case, he's kind of on a fine line, but he's probably hearing from his membership no, we're not going for Biden. So you better start thinking about who you're going to go.
Well, I mean, one thing that, and this is from speaking with my sources and just people in the industry, it's slowing down, right? And we're talking about the Teamsters Union. We're talking about something that's been in place. It's been kind of steady. Construction is down. The trucking business is down for the first time in a long time. I have friends that own trucking businesses, and they're saying those contracts are drying up. There's just not a lot of import and export. Those things are slowing down. So I'm not surprised that they're making this big step to speak to broaden their audience and say, we need some help here. I think America is at a point where we got to decide how much we're going to be involved in import and export and movement and make sure that these jobs are steady. And he's going to bat for his people, which is what he's in place to do. So I applaud him for wanting to speak on both sides, because it should be America for both of us. So whoever wins should be taking care of everybody.
You know, this is music to my ears. You should have got a Republican, because you're laying out why they're doing what they're doing because of the Biden administration.
Well, Dante, I think Dante makes a very astute point, because I actually heard Sean O'Brien on a previous interview on Fox News earlier today, where he did say that his membership is split down the middle. Yeah. And so he has to represent both. He claims to be nonpartisan in his job. Obviously, he was a lifelong Democrat. But when you do have rank and file, to your point, that lean both ways, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. The President of the United States represents everybody.
Yeah, and that's what a leader is supposed to do. Make those hard calls where you say, yes, I know typically this is who we back. I know typically this is who we're with, but we need help right now. So we can't simply rely on what we did before. We have to try and make waves. We have to get an audience if we can. This RNC is trending. When you look on social media, everything, it's trending. People are paying attention to this. So this is a great platform for him to come and say, here's what's happening in our union. Here's what's happening in our country. Here's the help we need. Can you help us?
On that note, if we dig into this platform, the RNC platform, that's, well, Trump orchestrated platform is what many are calling it. Many reports are noting it's targeting very specific groups, and especially battleground states that are trying to win, most notably Rust Belt. Part of that could be why we're seeing J.D. Vance as the VP nominee now. Working class white voters plus security-focused moms who are skeptical of Trump's style but do care about border and crime. Also Hispanic working class men and Nevada bartenders angered by high taxes on tips. We saw that speech by Trump in Nevada recently. Given all of that, we have seen some reporting, not a lot, but for the DNC platform is mostly just we're not Trump. How do you see the DNC then going after this same basically group of people?
They may have to do that because President Biden is in control of the country right now. So it's tough for him as a sitting president to say, okay, here's a new platform or something that I'm promising you I'm going to do that I haven't done in the last 2 or 3 years. So it's difficult for a sitting president to come in with a new platform. You have to kind of just roll with what you have and then point out if somebody else takes power, it will be worse. And I think that that's what the focus of the Democratic Party is, on saying these are the ideas that he has that will be harmful to the country. Let's focus on those so you stay away from voting for him and just allow us to continue doing what we're already doing.
Let's look at the minority communities, especially in this country. Is life for them any better than it was not 4 years ago, but 10 years ago? I was a street cop in one of the cities of New Jersey. I'm not going to name the city. And there were people I ran into, wonderful, wonderful people. And I remember a woman asking to me, why don't you, meaning the white man, and I was a cop at the time, why don't you make life better for us? And that stuck with me for the rest of my life. And I've got to tell you, here we are in the 21st century, and I really don't think life has been made any better for a lot of people in the minority community. Yeah, a lot of jobs, we could point to a lot of successes, but there is something really wrong with the Democrat Party. They believe that they could walk into any community, and I'm going to emphasize the minority community, they believe that they owe them, meaning the people in those communities owe them something. And I think that's a failure at this point in time. I think those communities have awakened, and they said, look, you've delivered nothing to us. We're in 1970, for goodness sakes. We got to try something else.
Well, I think that's one thing we see is people are, you have more access to information. You know that things can be different because you see it different, in other areas, in other states, in other communities. So you have a more of an expectation than saying, okay, you made these promises, I'm just going to continue to ride with you. No, you have to show me stuff, right? We're talking about every state is becoming a show me state. So it's no longer, I'm just going to get behind you because I always have. And we just had that conversation about the unions. I think that is happening all over the country, where we're saying, you're making these promises, whether you're Democratic or Republican, are you going to follow through with these promises and make my life better? If you don't, I'm not just going to get behind you because I'm supposed to. I want to see change. I want to see our lives get better. And I think we should hold our politicians accountable for that.
And Lieutenant, we do see that the event, the first night of the RNC, is set to kick off very shortly. We have seen reports that former President Trump has changed his speech. He's rewritten it to send out more of a message of unity following the assassination attempt on Saturday. But for the rest of the event, what are you expecting to see from the other speakers? There's an emphasis on the everyday, ordinary Americans. We're going to hear from them, not just celebrities. But what are you expecting with this convention?
I'll tell you what I'm expecting, maybe hoping, okay, more than anything else, that the theme is unity. The theme is, let's get back together. You know, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, what man meant for evil, God meant for good. And maybe some good is going to come out of this terrible tragedy. And the good will be for America. America could win this through this convention and the DNC. So I would hope that those who follow all of the speakers will come out with that theme of unity. And I'm kind of glad there are certain people not on that list. I need not mention it, or I'll be called names. So the fact of the matter is, there's some good speakers on there, and I hope they follow the theme of unity. You want to put America first, put all of America first by uniting them.
Yeah, and you would hope that that's the case, but I also think that it's very, very important for just the Republican convention as a whole to operate under unity, but for former President Trump himself, I think it would be very, very special for this country if he stepped up and said, I was operating the wrong way. I think accepting some responsibility would go a very long way to say, the way I talk to people, the names that I call people, I'm going to move past that, acknowledging that he may have moved the line a little bit. I think that would go a long way to helping bring it back, as opposed to, we want to hear unity, yes, but if everybody just goes up there and says, oh, the other side is bad, and now we want to be the uniters, without acknowledging that it's both sides that need to work, I think that just creates more of a problem and cuts into the ability for people to come together. You got to acknowledge what you've done in order for people to come together and be able to move forward, accepting your acknowledgement of wrongdoing.
Well, that would be on the part of everyone, not
course,
just President Trump. But I think we might see it through deed rather than word. I don't expect him to go up there and do that. But I do expect him, hopefully, that he'll go down that line of unity. But keep in mind, unity doesn't mean you don't go after the failed policies of the Biden administration, or Biden going after the policies he believes that Trump did wrong. But I believe the tone has a lot to do with it. The tone. What did Reagan say? I love Ronald Reagan, by the way, as you know. Character is everything. Character. So if they could both share with the American people what character is in the office of President of the United States, we're going to go a long way.
But I think you would agree, and I won't put words in your mouth, but if the tone is, I'm a unifier, without any kind of acknowledgement that there's been times where he was not acting as a unifier, I think that's going to make it difficult for people to believe.
Who has? Who in that office has been a unifier? Who in that office, again, I go back to...
Well, there's rhetoric, there's tone that we can point to where other presidents have been more presidential.
Well,
right?
that's what I'm talking about. Maybe by word, not by word, but by deed moving forward. So I'm saying that they all get into this office, and yet the rhetoric and the media, again, we could talk an hour over that.
So we're gonna pause the discussion right here, because the RNC convention is starting in just any moment, as you can see the countdown there. And we're going to bring you straight to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for this evening's lineup.
America has reached the highest inflation in 40 years.
The Wall Street Journal has reported today that Americans' incomes have gone down 3 straight years. A new report says 1 in 5 seniors are skipping their prescription medicine due to costs.
Gas prices today reached the highest in history, over $5 a gallon.
interest rates have skyrocketed on everything from car loans to housing.
Credit debt has reached a new record, and the majority of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck.
According to the LA Daily News, Bidenomics has been a disaster for Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Michael Whatley of North Carolina.
This convention will come to order. Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence. In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection, and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the Hartford Police Department Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
left, left, left.
And there we have the color guard coming in. That was after the opening prayer. Faith, obviously, a essential part of the Republican platform, conservative platform, where you heard the Catholic priest there mentioning off part of Thomas Jefferson's famous lines from the Declaration of Independence. And we'll get ready here to likely hear the national anthem.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder, arms. Present, arms.
If you will, follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome the Great Lakes Adult and Teen Challenge Choir. Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Right face. Forward march. Left. Left.
And there we see the color guard exiting after we heard the national anthem. And while the choir was singing, we did see on screen there in the middle some images of the landscapes in America. It seemed to highlight the Rust Belt and have an emphasis on the working class. We did see earlier today that former President Trump has nominated J.D. Vance, Ohio Senator, as his vice president. That could be tying into that theme we just saw there. And before the national anthem, we had the Pledge of Allegiance. This is kicking off the first night of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we are bringing it to you live on The Nation Decides 2024. And now we have a singer, so let's listen in and see what he is singing.
You should have seen what a lovely, lovely world it could be if everyone learned to live together. It seems to me such an easy thing it could be.
And we're going to bring it back in studio for just a few moments while they sing and dance there at the convention, having a good time as they kick off the night. There'll be another video that comes up. We may or may not bring that to you guys. And then right around 8:30 p.m., Senator Tim Scott is going to speak. That's the South Carolina senator who many thought would potentially be vice president pick. And I want to bring it back to our discussion earlier, which we're talking about, the minority vote and some thought that maybe Tim Scott would be a good choice to kind of appeal to the black community. We're seeing polling right now, Dante, that shows, the Hispanic community and black voters leaning more than ever toward former President Trump. What do you make of this?
I do see that, and I believe that that's a result of everyone, and we just had this conversation, holding their political leaders responsible for following through on promises. And there's people who feel like they're not in the best situation. And for example, I saw a report from a voter in Milwaukee who was talking about, for her entire life she voted Democrat, and she's been in Milwaukee for over 40 years and felt like her life didn't get any better, so she wants to try something different. And I think we do see that. But I also believe that Tim Scott isn't really the person to do that. Just because he's black doesn't mean he's going to entice black voters to vote for Donald Trump. They're going to look deeper than just the color of the person's skin. They're going to look at what Tim Scott has stood for, what his ideas are, and the conversation he has. And I don't know if Tim Scott is the person to necessarily reach voters in those communities where Trump may be lacking.
Stephen Rogers, why do you think that former President Trump went with somebody like J.D. Vance over somebody like Tim Scott or Marco Rubio?
Well, I think strategically, certainly you're not going to pick a vice presidential candidate in your own state. Ohio is a key state. It's a strong state. It's in the middle of the country. So from a political perspective, that was a smart move. And hopefully J.D. Vance will be able to deliver a strong number of people, not only from his state, but from all across the west side of the Mississippi.
And zooming in on some numbers here on the topics we're talking about, on the point of the trends that Steve was pointing out, many black and Hispanic men have been turning away from the Democratic Party and towards Trump especially. A new analysis this week actually just found that 70% of black Americans and 50% of Hispanic Americans still have an unfavorable view of him, as in Trump. But even tiny gains would potentially swing the election in November. That being said, though, there are more women in America than men, especially ones who are registered to vote. And on the abortion issue that you raised, potentially this could still mean that Biden comes out on top in November. How are you reading these trends that we're seeing?
I think one thing that everybody can agree on from both sides is it's going to be a close election. I would be very surprised if there's a landslide victory either way, because both sides have people that's dug in and they're going to vote for them regardless. So anybody that you can get that's either in the middle, or especially if you can get someone from the other side, not just to stay home, which is what I think a lot of them are doing, but to switch over, I think that would be beneficial.
And we do have the RNC Chairman Michael Whatley speaking now. Let's see what he is saying.
2024. To have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured. We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do 3 things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot. And third, we are going to hold a world-class convention. As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our #1 objective is to win this election. I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president. And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
And we will be back with more of our special coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention in just a few moments.
We'll be covering all of it tonight and over the next few days right here on The Nation Decides, so stick around.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. Well, I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me.
When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And we are going to bring you back to the RNC convention where hometown Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson is speaking right now.
Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver. We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again. We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016 to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
And we're going to bring it back in studio to our panel here, presidential campaign advisor and former Republican New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Stephen Rogers and political strategist and national trial attorney with Mills Edwards, Dante Mills. Guys, so far, what do you make of it? Typically, Republicans historically not known for their filmmaking and production quality. But so
there you have Trump dancing to the YMCA with a lot of split screens. That was trending on TikTok, apparently.
What I see, I just hope it continues. Look, they brought up in the beginning the policy failures of the Biden administration without directly attacking Biden, which I thought was really good. and then brought about what they're planning to do in the future. So I like it. Good start.
Yeah, it's good. You wanted to start light, have some music, some dancing, kind of get people in the mood, and then you can kind of work in some heavier stuff later. The Republican Party isn't known for, to be overly produced and have things that's exciting, but you want them to start working that way because they want younger voters, they want to expand their base, and this is the way to do it. Show them that we're including everybody, you can have some fun, and still be political and understand what's going on with the country.
And to that point, we did hear the RNC chair, Michael Whatley, talking about a few things that are in, the platform, which, the fact that we were respected abroad, or the lack thereof right now, is what he said, because of the Russia-Ukraine invasion, as well as China on the precipice of potentially invading Taiwan. And when it comes to the issue of foreign policy, I guess, how big of an issue do you think that this will be in 2024?
This is major. The work I had completed in the military intelligence showed me one thing, that if our enemies believe we're weak, they're going to take advantage of us. I'm concerned about what they may think they could get away with between now and Election Day. Who are they? President Xi of China, his eyeball is right on Taiwan. He may make a move before Election Day. There's no stopping Putin at this point. As far as Israel's concerned, we have to make it very clear to Hamas and any terrorists going after that country that we'll use all of our military might to defend the nation of Israel if they dare to cross that line. So it's very important foreign policy.
It's important, but we also, might comes in different forms. Sometimes it's diplomacy and not just being the bull in the china shop, but you also have to look at both sides. We can't look at what's happening with Russia and Ukraine, and there's some people in Trump's administration or on Trump's team that believe that Russia should not be punished for what they're doing to Ukraine, but then on the other side complain about China and Taiwan. You have to be consistent. So are you saying that these nations don't have the right to take over nations or not? Right? So you want to be clear with your strength. You want to show that you're going to support the people that supported us, and that you have rules that these other nations should follow, but you do have to be consistent in that as well.
I agree, but Putin, he never had his eyes on Ukraine until, I think it was Obama or it could have been Biden, poked their finger in his face and said, Ukraine's going to become part of NATO. NATO was never, or Ukraine wasn't on the table after Crimea. And that's an absolute fact. And Putin feared, as she did, and as the Hamas and terrorists do, they fear Donald Trump, because he will use the military to get the job done. But I agree with you. Another avenue, first time you use diplomacy, but I've learned one thing about terrorists. You can't negotiate with terrorists. They will use their power to destroy this country.
Yeah, it's just a matter of determining who the terrorist is. It's different perspectives. I think it's an easier argument to determine that when you look at what Hamas did in Israel, right? That was absolutely wrong. That was terror that they caused when they stormed that music festival. No question about it. But when you look at other situations like, is it terrorist what Russia is doing to Ukraine? Is it terrorism what China may do to Taiwan? You have to decide what that qualification is, and then say, here's what's going to be allowed, here's what we're going to stand for, and here's where we draw the line. So you do have to be diplomatic and show some diplomacy in where you draw that line, but you do need the strength, absolutely, so people to know if you cross it, there's going to be a consequence.
But on that note, when it comes to might versus diplomacy, I think, and Tiff, you can weigh in here heavily as well, when it comes to the issue of China, a lot of people say that the policy of engagement with China has led us to kind of let them get away with a lot. We don't necessarily need to use might. There's still a lot of things we could do on the diplomatic front and policy front, wouldn't you say?
I've heard a lot from experts, especially on the economical front, because China's economy is not doing well right now. So it's like you don't have to go in bombs a-blazing. You just really cut off their market access. A lot of China's growth was because China was led into the World Trade Organization. That was on the premise that become more liberal, more democratic, the hope. that did not happen. We saw free markets become less free. And then through that process, to your earlier point, right, with the truckers losing their jobs,
Absolutely.
all of that, a lot of that work went over to China. And then many national security experts are concerned because they're like, all of those dollars are then funding bullets that could one day end up back here in Americans, which is obviously what no one wants. And so another way to tackle that would be the economy, to really cut off their access so that we aren't funding that. And another huge issue is intellectual property theft. We've seen that throughout the years. There's just all these different ways we've seen Communist China's infiltration in the education sector. A lot of what we're seeing, the divisiveness within America, goes back to, if you will, these outside forces, where it's these institutions have been taken over, and who loves a very divided America? Our adversaries, right? They can watch America collapse from within without having to do anything. So I think to both of your points tonight and what we're seeing some references of here, that message of unity and remembering that the enemy is out there. It's not each other, right? We are the United States of America. So how do we get back to that unitedness? And then when you think about that, then, okay, as the United States of America, how do we then tackle our adversaries? So I think that would be one way to look at it, but I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yes, and you have to see, so they're in different stages. Russia invaded Ukraine already. China did not invade Taiwan. So you can look at different avenues to prevent that from happening. I think trade is a key component to that. I think that America, in general, we need to start producing more on our own land. I think we need the jobs here. We need that camaraderie here of factories and things like that, where you can start off in the mailroom or on a line and work your way up to supervisor and, man. So we need those places back into America. We've gotten away from that, and a lot of that has gone to China with those production jobs and things like that. So there's an avenue here for us to make America better and stronger, and at the same time, put some pressure on places like China to let them know that you can't cross that line, and if you do, there'll be some consequences.
When you put that pressure on China, what a lot of American people don't know, because they're probably not paying attention to this, when Reagan was in office, we had a 600 fleet navy. We could fight in two oceans, 600 warships. We're down to under 290 now. And while we are reducing our defense budget, and it's hurting our capabilities to strike if we're hit, China has doubled their cost of defense. They're building aircraft carriers, submarine bases. They're building land-based vehicles to get on shores. Where do you think they're aiming for? Taiwan. So my point is this, is that we have to be a strong, strong country for two reasons. Let our enemies know we will hit you if we have to militarily, and let our allies, NATO, know that we're with you. That is very, very important. We could do all the diplomacy and economic sanctions and trade issues we want. I agree with that. But I think we went down that road, and we might go down another road if we don't put a stop to letting the people overseas think that we're weak.
Something tells me this won't be the last we've heard about China this evening. But in the meantime, let's go over to NTD's Dave Martin at the Data Hub with an update.
Thank you, Steve. As has been mentioned, Trump has selected Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his vice president pick. Not a huge surprise here, actually. Vance was the betting favorite to win, just ahead of Senator Marco Rubio and Governor Doug Burgum. With Trump, sometimes you can't expect the unexpected. In fact, there were late rumors that Nikki Haley was going to get the nod, especially after she had her delegates vote for Trump here, and she had been added last second as a speaker to this convention, but Vance is the pick. Now, who is J.D. Vance? Let's take a real quick look at him. 39 years old, that's actually exactly half of Trump's age. He will turn 40 on August 2nd. He's from Middletown, Ohio. Served in the Marines after high school, was even in Iraq, came back, got his bachelor's degree at Ohio State, studied at Yale, finished with a law degree there in 2013. He was then elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022 as a Republican, started serving the following January 2023. And of course, he is the author of the best-selling book, Hillbilly Elegy. Now, that was released in 2016, about his experiences growing up in Middletown, Ohio. It quickly became a bestseller. In fact, almost overnight, he became a political commentator and a lecture. The fact the book was so successful, it was made into a movie released on Netflix about 4 years ago. Now, politically speaking, both Trump and Vance have very similar views on issues like abortion and especially immigration, which of course is a major speaking point at this convention. Now, Vance is actually in attendance tonight, though he's not expected to actually speak. So that's a very quick summary of Trump's vice president pick. Back to you guys at the desk.
Great information over there. We appreciate it. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the night. And stick around. We have a lot more coming up this evening. We'll be right back after this very short break on The Nation Decides 2024.
There's cultures that have been lost, but this culture hasn't been. The artist is showing us our sense of who we are, where we came from. You look at his hat. His hat is knitted probably by a man because a man traditionally knitted the hats. That hat tells you the story of who this person is, what his place in the culture is, the animals around him. Everything's all contained in the messages in the hat. And the tool that he's carrying over his shoulder. This is a centuries-old tool that has been able to rework the mountains. Those traditions are invaluable, and if we don't honor those traditions, then we're rootless. The artist is showing us the value of maintaining our culture and respecting our culture.
Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024, the Audion Atom 2 series offers superior sound quality and functionality for a fraction of the price. For just $189 a pair, the Atom 2 features 4 different hearing modes for all types of hearing loss. It packs crystal clear sound, a nearly invisible design, and is even rechargeable.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids. They're so comfortable, I forget I'm wearing them. And the sound is amazing.
The Atom Pro 2 is our smallest hearing aid yet, featuring advanced background noise cancellation, and is the world's first hearing aid with built-in UV cleaning that kills 99% of bacteria.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed without seeing a doctor or having a hearing test.
Join over 500,000 happy customers today and get the hearing you deserve.
Call 1-800-433-6359 or go to audionhearing.com to get your pair of Audion hearing aids starting at just $189.
NTD News, the fastest growing independent news source in America, bringing you breaking news from around the world. Expert analysis, investigative reporting, and original award-winning documentaries. We're known for our uncensored China coverage you won't find anywhere else. We cover the stories that affect you and shape our world without the political noise. We report from the heart with you in mind. Watch us right here on NTD News.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier. And let's go now to NTD's Jack Bradley, our Washington correspondent, who's at Media Row at the RNC. Jack, what do you have for us?
Hey, Tiff. Yeah, I was here in doing some interviews. I interviewed earlier Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who told me his support for J.D. Vance has continued, and it's grown ever since Trump announced that VP pick. He also talked to me about his support for Trump and his policies, as well as him being okay after the attempted assassination. Take a look. And J.D. Vance was just announced that he'll be Trump's running mate. What do you make of that?
Look, I think he's been vetted. They certainly have made good decisions in the past. I'm looking forward. I don't really know him very well, but I'm looking forward to getting to know him. And I know he's talented, he's young, energetic, and I think he believes in the things that we believe in. So I think it's a great choice.
And just a crazy weekend events over in Pennsylvania with the assassination attempt on our former president. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, by the grace of God, where he's still alive. He happened to turn at the right second. I'm stunned that a shooter had that kind of close range shot, given that he has Secret Service protection. I'd love to know how that could be possible. Look, I think it's clearly the grace of God that he's alive. I mean, you can call it luck. I don't think it's luck. I think there's a purpose for him being alive. There's a purpose for him being president, and I think it's a good purpose to turn this country in the right direction and help the American people and lead the world. I think unifying our party towards focusing on winning and getting somebody elected that will actually do the right things. We know from Trump's 4 years in office, we had low inflation for a reason, good policies. We had a closed border that had been shut down, and he'd done the best job of any American president I've seen, stopping illegal immigration. And we didn't have a bunch of chaos overseas and wars going on overseas, because guess what? They respected America because we were operating from a position of leadership. So yeah, I want to unify, but around policies that are good for the American public and that are good for America.
And we can see that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton there was speaking about unifying the Republicans and the Republican Party here at the RNC behind Trump and his policies, moving toward more of aligning with Trump's policies, just like J.D. Vance, who's also very much aligned with Trump. Back to you, Tiff.
Jack Bradley at Media Row for us. Thank you.
And back with us here at the desk is former presidential campaign advisor Lieutenant Stephen Rogers and political strategist Dante Mills. There you had Jack interviewing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. A few interesting messages, and it goes back to the assassination attempt on former President Trump. And just almost when you really take a step back and think about that moment, how surreal it was when you slow down that video, and for him to have literally turned his head, if those viewers haven't seen it yet, you really should, at just that one moment, and if it were just a millimeter or two closer, then we would be talking about something entirely different right now. You heard the Attorney General say that he didn't think that it was luck, and he thinks that it was through the grace of God. Whether or not that's your belief, do you think that this will maybe potentially kind of make people think twice? And is that why people are taking a step back and taking a real look at their faith?
Absolutely. I've actually made speeches around the country about the Republican Party and perhaps the American people getting back to a day when we're not ashamed to use the word God and country in the same sentence. I believe that there was divine intervention here, as there is divine intervention a lot of times and we don't even know it. But we need to recognize that there is a higher power, there is a God. I'm a Christian, I believe Jesus Christ is God, but whoever believes what they believe in is something we need to know to respect. Respect everyone for their belief. But know one thing, there is a God, and he is interested in the affairs of man. So I believe that that might just change a lot of people in this country and lead us towards the path we want to be, the path to peace.
One thing that's unequivocal, I would say, is that not every person has the same religion, but the vast majority of Americans do believe in God.
I agree, and I think that we've kind of been having the same themes all night, where we have to be inclusive. And I think just open to other ideas and other things that people believe in. We don't all have the same God. I believe in God and Jesus Christ is our Savior, but other people don't believe that, but that does not mean that they're wrong in their views. And as long as there's respect there, I think the issue comes where you say it's my way or no way, whether that's in religion or anything else. So yes, I think this moment over the weekend should enlighten a lot of people. It should get their attention for a lot of reasons. One, violence is never the answer. Two, we are a nation of guns, and we have to accept that and decide how we can keep people safe within that. But then also that there's going to be things that happen where other people have different beliefs than us, but we have to figure out ways to have rhetoric to talk about it and not take that next step of going to or reverting to violence or anything else, but understanding people have other views, and that's okay.
We did see President Biden coming out and talking about lowering the temperature in the country after this assassination attempt on Trump. Now, zooming out a bit here, looking at history in 1984, after the assassination attempt on Reagan, if we look at what that did in terms of the election, the map went red. Reagan got 525 electoral votes. Only Minnesota went blue for the other candidate. Now, how likely are we to see something similar happen this time around? Will the assassination attempt on Trump change people's perception of him, especially how he handled it?
I think we still have yet to see that. There is a possibility here that how he comes out of Saturday can impact a lot of people. And there will be a lot of eyes on him to see what his next conversation is. His speech is going to be watched by millions all over the world to see how does he respond to a moment like that. And if he responds the right way, takes that moment, acknowledges it, shows appreciation to God and the fact that he's still here, and says, I'm here now and I want to do the right thing by everybody and make this world a better place, he can get a lot of people behind him.
I agree with Dante on that point. The President, Trump, handled this very well, with strength, with vigor. I'm going to come out of this. But moving forward, will he maintain that, that message? But I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, what's going through my mind. The Democrats, are they going to come out and vilify him again? Are they going to come out in their convention and attack him personally? So far, I haven't seen that. I'm sitting here thinking Ken Paxton and a few others coming on. So far, so good. I hope they stay down that path, and I hope the Democrats do the same thing. Attack the policy, but not the person.
On that note, when it comes to that image that we did see of Trump pumping his fist in the air, even though he has blood on his face as the Secret Service is trying to get him out of there, Trump has said, he told the New York Post on Sunday, quote, a lot of people say it's the most iconic photo they've ever seen. They're right, and I didn't die. Usually you have to die to have an iconic picture. Given that he did survive this attempt, Lieutenant, how do you see other countries' leaders viewing Trump and what happened that day?
I got to tell you, him coming out of that, standing up and doing what he did, showed me, man, this guy's tough. I mean, this guy ain't going down for the count. He means what he says and says what he means. So I believe that if they had any doubts about any weakness in Trump or that he's going to fail in this election, well, I think it's now changed, that he's not a weak man, he's very strong, and he's going to win this election.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone ever doubted Trump's strength. He's a very, very aggressive, bold guy. He commands the room. That's just his persona. He has a large physical stature. So if you're ever in a room with him, just his presence is dominating. So I don't know if anyone ever questioned that. But in that moment, people say what happens in moments like that is important. And I think that adrenaline was going, and he did show that he was strong. He's a showman, right? And we can't take that away from him. That's who he is by nature. I think that moment he wanted to show everybody that he was okay and mouth those words to say, I'm going to protect you as well. But I don't know if anybody ever doubted Trump's strength. But can he balance that with some compassion in that moment? I think that's the biggest opportunity he has. I don't think he needed to show he could be stronger. He needs to show that in any moment he can also be a little compassionate and blend the two, and I think he has a great opportunity.
I think he did. I think he showed compassion when he set up a GoFund campaign for the deceased, the firefighter who was killed, and for the families who are in the hospital. I think he's showing compassion there.
I agree.
But when you're in a traumatic situation, you know, it's tough to get through, and that was his way of coping with it, and he got through it.
And this is a really important and excellent discussion. We're going to have more of it. We're also going to have more of the RNC convention for you in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But right now we're going to take another short break. We'll be back with the special coverage in just a few moments on The Nation Decides 2024.
Where nature embraces you and fills you with invigorating joy. Treasuring every little moment as these romantic memories gather up to complete our blissful memories together. Mokpo.
Do you know that Cars for Compassion is the best way to donate your car? Through this non-profit program, you can not only help us keep bringing the world independent and daringly truthful journalism, but also significantly impact the life of somebody who needs a vehicle. The Epoch Times fights misinformation and big tech censorship by being independent and unbound to advertisers. Every single contribution to Cars for Compassion is a powerful endorsement of our unwavering mission. All you have to do is go to carsforcompassion.org and let us know about your car, and we'll schedule a pickup time and email you a tax-deductible receipt. To do this, just click the link below, support truth, compassion, and hope. Donate your car right now at www.carsforcompassion.org.
How do you feel about where America is at this point in time?
We need help.
Very, very divided.
Divided.
So divided. Scary.
Really bad.
What gives you a sense of hope?
My family. Having passion.
What you see right here, the chessboard. I make connections with people from all over the world.
Faith in God. I really believe in God.
Yes, there is hope. Our only hope is in God.
There's a very important movie called The Firing Squad that you must see coming out August 2nd.
There has never been a better time for the message of hope that shines through this movie.
We are all crying. It's beautiful.
Watch this movie.
The best out of all the Christian movies.
Never give up on God. Never give up on your faith, because hang in there. This too shall pass.
Together, we can save America. This might be our only hope.
Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024, the Audion Atom 2 series offers superior sound quality and functionality for a fraction of the price. For just $189 a pair, the Atom 2 features 4 different hearing modes for all types of hearing loss. It packs crystal clear sound, a nearly invisible design, and is even rechargeable.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids. They're so comfortable, I forget I'm wearing them. And the sound is amazing.
The Atom Pro 2 is our smallest hearing aid yet, featuring advanced background noise cancellation, and is the world's first hearing aid with built-in UV cleaning that kills 99% of bacteria.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed without seeing a doctor or having a hearing test.
Join over 500,000 happy customers today and get the hearing you deserve.
Call 1-800-433-6359 or go to audionhearing.com to get your pair of Audion hearing aids starting at just $189.
I'm Ilka. I live with my daughter and with my grandchildren. There's a sense of comfort that comes with eating a good meal. We try to make the most, of what we have. We have rent to pay, and then there are lights and there are gas. And while my daughter and I both work, it still just doesn't seem like there's enough to go around sometimes.
Every day, millions of our neighbors face hunger, including 1 in 5 children, and food costs keep rising. Please call or go online right now to join Feeding America with your gift of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day. Your monthly support can fill plates with nutritious food for families across the country and in your community, thanks to a nationwide network of food banks and volunteers.
If you were over and playing with us, you were part of our family and you were going to eat. A real cook can take nothing and make something.
No one should ever have to wonder if they will have enough to eat, and our neighbors are working hard to feed their families every day. Call or go online now. Visit helpfeedingamerica.org and give $19 a month. 98% of donations go directly to help millions of people facing hunger from coast to coast and in your own community. Use your credit card and you'll get this exclusive canvas grocery bag as a thank you for joining hands with people across America to help end hunger.
Some of the lessons that I hope that my family will take, it is important to treat people the way that you want to be treated. I have carried on the tradition of loving people through food.
Please call right now or go online to make a monthly gift at helpfeedingamerica.org. Your support helps our neighbors bring food home to their families.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, and now it's too late.
No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack. We didn't have life insurance. We thought we had more time.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. And if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is going to get stuck with the bill. Call now to get affordable life insurance.
Just call
800-494-1562.
If you're over 50, you can't be turned down for this insurance, regardless of your health. Plus, there's no medical exam, no health questions. Your rate will never go up. Your coverage will never go down. And rates start as low as $5 a week. Remember, don't be Dave. Call now.
Call now.
800-494-1562.
And welcome back to The Nation Decides 2024 on NTD Television, where we're bringing you straight back into the RNC convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we will be back with more analysis. Here's the convention.
He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Never. Even though we have marked blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guys shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. We had an economy so good, Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black. But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from
and we're
poverty
back here
to
with our
prosperity
special
in a
coverage of
single
the
generation.
Republican National Convention. I'm Steve Lance.
And I'm Tiffany Meier.
And we're here at the desk with NTD data analyst Dave Martin and NTD legal correspondent Arlene Richards. It's great to have you both with us.
Thank you.
Arlene, we have Representative here, John James of Michigan, outlining his story, a very inspirational story. But one thing that he highlighted was the fact that as an African-American man in the United States, he's never really kind of fallen into the idea that he was behind the eight ball or was different. What do you make of some of his comments right now, and how should younger folks be taking that in?
I think he's trying to highlight that the important thing here is hard work and to have the drive and the will to work hard. That it's not about your race or where you come from or what your life was like. His parents worked hard, his father worked hard, and they faced racism. They faced different kinds of issues in their lives, but that's not what they focused on. And this is the thing, what are you going to focus on? Are you going to sit around and be upset about, things that happened in your past, or are you going to pull yourself up and get out there and work hard for what you want, for what you need? And I think that's the point he's trying to make here, that it doesn't matter, what your race is or where you come from. You can work hard and you can have things. And I think this is what President Trump is trying to also encourage in his platform, that, he wants to bring jobs back, from China and different places. He wants to bring the jobs back here to the United States and allow people to have more opportunities to prosper.
Expanding on that, John James is from the state of Michigan, which is a battleground state, a swing state. And he was highlighting his story there, mentioning how his family's story was the American dream. But his concern is that can future generations, future kids also still have that dream? Given all of that, when it comes to swing states, Dave, I know you've been looking at the polls here. What did you make first of his speech, but then also what the polls are telling us about the state of these swing states, these battleground states like Michigan?
Yeah, I thought Arlene had some really good points there. As far as the battleground states, of course, you have the big six, really, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, where he's from, 15 electoral votes there, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Actually, the June 25, 538 polling average, they've got Trump ahead by several percentage points in Arizona, Georgia, actually, and in Nevada. But meanwhile, they've got where he's from, Michigan, is considered kind of a toss-up at this point, less than 0.5% for Biden, so it's well within the margin of error. And then Pennsylvania with their 19 electoral points, another toss-up there, Trump with the percentage points lead. Then we've got Wisconsin where this is at, Biden with a 0.2 percentage lead. So there's pretty much three toss-ups. The other three, we're talking Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, are actually slight leans for Trump right now. So it's a very close race. Obviously, a lot can happen between now and November. But at this point, 538's got those three ahead for Trump.
And I don't think you can really overstate just how, I guess you would call, crazy or busy of a news day today was. You know, we're still fresh off of the assassination attempt of former President Trump just, 2 short days ago. Today you have the vice presidential pick of J.D. Vance being selected, and you also have something very significant on any other day, which it did dominate as soon as it was broke, and that's why I want to ask you about it, Arlene, NTD's legal correspondent, is the documents case. Former President Trump's documents case thrown out by Judge Eileen Cannon. How significant is the dismissal of this case, not just for his campaign, but just from a legal perspective?
Well, it's huge. I think it's massive because even former President Trump said he was surprised by it. He didn't expect it. And I don't think anybody expected her to really dismiss the whole entire case based on this argument that Special Counsel Jack Smith was illegally selected. She has denied other instances where they have asked for dismissal. She has denied several things from not only former President Trump, but from the other co-defendants. And so nobody really saw this coming. They thought, maybe she might dismiss part of it or she might, do something partial. But this is huge. I mean, and she really wrote a very extensive opinion so that, it was very well thought out. She covered all the bases, all the corners. So if this is appealed, which it likely will be appealed, it's going to be really hard for, I think, Special Counsel Jack Smith to come up with arguments against her opinion that she gave, because she really covered all the bases.
Arlene, we certainly want to get more of your thoughts on this issue in just a moment. Right now, we're going to go to NTD's Iris Tao, our White House correspondent, who is at the convention as we speak, been following it closely. Iris, what can you tell us? What's going on there now?
Good evening to you. Also, right now we're hearing from an everyday American who's going to talk about the economy, and that's after speeches and by different officials and different delegates from different states. And just now we talked to Congressman Glenn Thompson from the state of Pennsylvania, who talked to us about the message of unity from both presidential candidates. Let's take a look. Former President Trump's VP pick tonight. What do you think he's going to bring to the ticket?
I thought it was a great pick, J.D. Vance from Ohio. There's one of the most controversial parts of this election has been age, and the fact that J.D. really is the next generation, and so I thought that was perfect. And he's a quality individual. He comes with, he served in the U.S. military. His background has shown a thorough knowledge of rural America, and that's the largest part of the geography of America. He's from Ohio. Those communities, our agriculture, are very similar between Ohio and Pennsylvania. So I'm very comfortable in his leadership. I also think he's shown the propensity to be able to learn and to quickly grow. And so I thought he was a great pick for vice president. Very exciting.
And right now we're hearing both presidential candidates, both Trump and Biden, calling for unity in this country. Do you think Americans can come to unity after what happened this weekend?
I hope so, but the divisions are deep and wide. It's sad, quite frankly. I've always worked hard to bring everybody to the table when I work on legislation. I never ask anybody to compromise their principles and values, and we don't even talk about what we disagree on. We focus on what we can agree upon, and we make that the basis for cost-effective solutions. So I'm a true believer there is a mechanism to reach unity, but it involves toning down the rhetoric within politics, focusing on issues versus personality and name-calling.
Congressman, thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
And as you can see right behind me, the crowd here at the convention is still very heated and active as we go into the night. It's still early in the night, and NBC News is citing a source and saying that former President Trump will make an appearance at the convention tonight. And if he actually does, that will be his first public appearance after the attempted assassination against him last weekend. Back to you.
NTD's Iris Tao will be checking back in with you to see if former President Trump does make that appearance.
We did hear from our White House correspondent Iris Tao there speaking to the congressman about his thoughts on Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, who, of course, from Ohio. Rust Belt swing states are very important here in this election because the polls, as you were mentioning earlier, Dave, are so close. They're just any little margin could really decide this election. Given all of that, how do you see these recent events that we're seeing, which We were just talking about the assassination attempt on former President Trump, the case, the classified documents case in Florida being dismissed against Trump this morning. Potentially, his other legal cases, we don't know what's going to happen there either. But how do you see all of these different factors factoring into these polls, given that they're so close?
Well, like you said, I don't see any of those things hurting him, of course. But like I said, it's a very, very close year. Almost a default. It's been like 46-45, Trump with a slight lead over Biden. After the State of the Union address, Biden actually picked up a point, got the lead down to
Dave,
one.
hold that thought. We do have Katie Britt on screen, and we're going to go right back to the RNC and listen in.
And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline, just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. Because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Wow. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee. Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them. But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
And we'll be right back after a very short break with more of the RNC convention streaming live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
There's cultures that have been lost, but this culture hasn't been. The artist is showing us our sense of who we are, where we came from, you look at his hat is knitted probably by a man, because a man traditionally knitted the hats. That hat tells you the story of who this person is, what his place in the culture is, the animals around him. Everything's all contained in the messages in the hat. And the tool that he's carrying over his shoulder. This is a centuries-old tool that has been able to rework the mountains. Those traditions are invaluable, and if we don't honor those traditions, then we're rootless. The artist is showing us the value of maintaining our culture and respecting our culture.
The 7th NTD International Piano Competition will take place at the Kaufman Music Center in New York City. Pianists from around the world will come together to revive the great piano masterpieces. Join us on this uplifting journey. The semifinals, finals, and the winner's concert will be open to audiences and live streamed from October 17th to the 19th. Get tickets now at 212-501-3330.
And we are back with our special live coverage of the RNC convention. We're going to bring you back to the venue.
As you can see and hear on screen, there's live music playing. People they look very happy.
Yes, indeed.
They're dancing there, holding up signs. We just heard from Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. He was actually running for president earlier this year. He already had a message of unity when he was running. We're seeing that theme tonight following the assassination attempt on former President Trump on Saturday. So that's been a whole theme. But right now we have some live music, some good vibes coming to us from the venue.
And to your point, Tiff, with Senator Tim Scott, he was right up there to be potentially top on the list. I personally thought he was going to be the pick for vice president, and he wasn't. And he was still in excellent spirits. Doesn't seem to have affected his support for former President Trump at all. Perhaps we'll be seeing a cabinet position or maybe an ambassadorship. Who knows? But we know that he and the president get along quite well. A lot of mutual respect there. Former President Trump joked around that he was more enthusiastic about his presidency than actual Tim Scott's own, like you mentioned, when he was running.
It's a good point, and I think another theme we've seen a lot of tonight is the theme of faith and of God. Senator Tim Scott mentioned that a lot. He started his speech by thanking God Almighty that Trump had survived. He was like, if you don't believe in miracles, you better believe them now. And then he ended his speech by saying, God bless America, which I think most children, at least when you went to school, that was a common theme, but you're seeing less and less of that over the years. And we've heard from speakers tonight that they are hoping that can come back, where even from our in-studio guests earlier, that no matter who you believe in, hopefully we can go back to that country that does believe. And that was a big theme of Senator Tim Scott's speech. He was also touching on a lot of the heartland, kind of hearkening to what we were seeing earlier with J.D. Vance as the VP pick, the senator from Ohio. Senator Tim Scott mentioning this November is not just the fate of the next 4 years, but he said the next 40 years. And then he was pointing out, hoping that we will get generational wealth for blue-collar workers, harkening back to the early days of the Republican Party that we saw in the history of this country. He was highlighting a lot, though, the state of the economy. And Dave, I know you've been covering the polls and looking into it. How big of an issue is the economy, not just for Republicans, but every American?
It was by far the number one. According to that YouGov poll in July of U.S. Adults, 25% listed the economy or inflation as the number one issue. I mean, number two was like 12%. So this is the overwhelming issue. And of course, tonight's theme is Make America Wealthy Again. So of course, him and Katie Britt were definitely hammering home the economy thing. And it's a much easier thing to see, but you can see that in numbers. And I mean, this is Trump's, his sweet spot almost. You know, when he was elected in 2016, the Dow was at like 18,000, and he already promised some deregulation, and the market went up just on that, on anticipation of all that. And by the time January came around, just a few weeks after his inauguration, the Dow hit 20,000 for the first time ever. By the end of the year, it was nearly at 25,000. I'm sure they're going to continue to hammer home what Trump's done with the economy, because it definitely was his sweet spot, for sure, is his sweet spot.
To your point, Senator Katie Britt, who spoke before Senator Tim Scott, the senator from Alabama, was saying that, you know, under Trump, we had the strongest economy. She was highlighting the inflation that's been impacting everyday Americans. And it seems we are seeing a lot of that theme tonight, the impact on the everyday, the blue collar, the working class American. Whereas sometimes in the past, perhaps, we've seen the Democratic Party go after the Republican Party as the party of elites. Let's see. And actually, let's go back to the RNC, because we are expecting some big names tonight. I think Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin is expected to speak. Let's see if he's on now.
Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask Him to be with their families. We thank Him for this moment of unity. And we thank Him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia till Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. The retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman, who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together, and we asked God for guidance and wisdom, and we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as President of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense conservative leadership works. It works for America. And we're proving it in Virginia, too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that, yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut, and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth, that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it. and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the CEO of Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Buenas noches, familia. Good evening, family. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open-door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's déjà vu, even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish. I'm sorry.
And we're back in studio here with more analysis of some of these speeches here that we're hearing from the RNC. We'll be bringing you back to there in just a few moments. But right now we're going to bring it back in studio here with our guests and just kind of talk about some of the, I guess, inspirational side of what we've been hearing. The CEO there of Goya Foods talking about his immigrant grandfather who started this company, came over here on a steamship, and only to start this company that now I think all of us know Goya when we go into the supermarket and see it, whether it's in the whatever aisle it may be in, but we're very familiar with it. Arlene, you mentioned it earlier, the talk of meritocracy and how this is something that ultimately is in the root of America. How important do you think this message is, and do you think it ultimately will resonate with the country?
Well, I think throughout this evening so far, what I've been hearing on these last couple of speakers is the fact that former President Trump is a businessman, and these people who are speaking are also business people who have a background in business. Governor Glenn Youngkin, and also who we're hearing right now, and I think they feel that you have to have someone in office who has this experience, who knows how to run a business, because I think they view the country as being like a business, and they're saying that former President Trump knows how to manage a business. He knows what works, what doesn't work. He knows, how to bring the jobs into the country because he's done it before. But President Biden also has a concern about Americans and about, whether they're getting jobs and whether they're, making money. And I think it's just that there's a different approach, and he has this Inflation Reduction Act, which seems to be more about climate change than it is about inflation. But I think he has good intentions. I think both presidents have good intentions, but, a businessman maybe knows how to go about this better than a president.
We'll continue this discussion in just a moment. Right now, we're going to go to our White House correspondent, Iris Tao, who's standing by at the convention. Iris, what can you tell us?
Good evening to you all. So right now we're in between the speeches again during a break, and as you can see, the crowd here, people here are very excited. They're dancing, singing along, and of course chanting slogans for former President Trump and the Republican cause. If you'll walk with me a little bit, I'll just show you around. So the entire convention is in a stadium with a huge crowd, and during breaks, that's what people would do. They would use their signs to wave their signs and dance and show their excitement. Of course, we're still waiting for more speeches to come, but the crowd here is very much heated for the rest of the night. And earlier tonight, we talked to former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker for his view on Trump's VP pick and his message for unity. Let's take a look. First of all, tell us what you think about former President Trump's VP pick today. What do you think he's going to bring to the ticket?
I think J.D. Vance is great. Certainly in a swing state like Wisconsin, where we're at right now, a fellow Midwesterner on the ticket is a big bonus. Add to that the fact that J.D. Vance in his book talked about his family. His family, like so many families here in America and across the country, suffered from addiction. They had drug addiction in their family. They experienced extreme poverty. They overcame that. He writes about that. And I think Donald Trump, one of the big things for him is that he appeals to people who feel forgotten. They feel forgotten by the politicians in Washington. I think J.D. Vance is a good reminder of he relates to families like that in his home state and across the country.
And now much of the country is still in shock after last weekend's assassination attempt. How do you think this incident would affect this year's election? And do you think our nation, Americans, can heal from that?
Absolutely. I think it started to moments after the failed assassination attempt, when President Trump got up and said, fight. I think he was sending a message, not just to Republicans, but to all Americans, that no one, whether they're foreign or domestic, is going to take out a candidate for president of the United States, a former president, maybe a future president. No one's going to take him out, nor is anyone going to mess with America. And I think that was powerful. But I hope this week we'll build off of that, and he'll talk about unity, not just within the party, but how to bring America back together.
And speaking about unity, now both President Biden and former President Trump are calling for unity. What ways do you think both of the candidates should do more to bring that?
Well, certainly here it's a contrast. You see former opponents in the primary, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis will both be speaking during this convention. I think you see a very unified Republican Party. And so our hope is we'll be unified so that we can talk not just to Republicans, we can talk to Americans all across the political spectrum about how we can have differences, we can debate the issues, but our political opponents don't have to be our mortal enemies.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So as you can see, the crowd is still cheering as the music continues on. And now we're going to hear from more of the delegates at this convention. And potentially, let's see whether former President Trump and his vice president pick now, Senator J.D. Vance, will make another appearance. Back to you.
NTD's Iris Tao reporting live from the convention. We'll be checking back in with her. Quite a lively atmosphere there. She brought us right into the heart of it.
It seemed like quite a happy crowd. This is, of course, the first night of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is a battleground state and normally a Democratic stronghold. We did hear earlier from the CEO of Goya, as well as Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin. Both were, to Arlene's point, talking about businesses and how that translates in a way to, when it comes to leading a country. And actually, we're going to hold that thought and go really quickly to a short commercial break, but we will be back very shortly, so stay with us.
After 15 years of smoking, Eva Marie quit. There's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. Learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Do you know that Cars for Compassion is the best way to donate your car? Through this non-profit program, you can not only help us keep bringing the world independent and daringly truthful journalism, but also significantly impact the life of somebody who needs a vehicle. The Epoch Times fights misinformation and big tech censorship by being independent and unbound to advertisers. Every single contribution to Cars for Compassion is a powerful endorsement of our unwavering mission. All you have to do is go to carsforcompassion.org and let us know about your car, and we'll schedule a pickup time and email you a tax-deductible receipt. To do this, just click the link below, support truth, compassion, and hope. Donate your car right now at www.carsforcompassion.org.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure on my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. But a few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did. So please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org now. Join me as a monthly donor today and help save even more lives. Thank you.
When I started MyPillow, it was just a problem solution, one product company. Well, since then, with the help of my dedicated employees, we now have hundreds of products, some you might not even know about. To get the word out, we're having a $25 extravaganza. 2-pack multi-use MyPillows, $25. MyPillow sandals, $25. And for the first time ever, our 6-pack towel sets, you guessed it, just $25. Our brand new 4-pack dish towels, $25. And I've never done this before. Premium My Pillows with all new Giza fabric, any size, any loft level, even king size for only $25. And there's so much more. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code for our $25 extravaganza. Order $75 and over. Your entire order ships absolutely free.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, please listen closely. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. It's a rate lock for your life insurance that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. Many policies you see don't have one, but you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. This plan was designed for people on a fixed income with coverage options that start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. Your rate is locked in for life. Coverage can never be canceled, and your acceptance is guaranteed. You cannot be turned down because of your health. See for yourself. Call for an information kit and gift. Both are free with no obligation.
Call 1-800-624-6556 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-624-6556. 1-800-624-6556. Call now.
Well, I don't know.
Honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year. And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down, our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite. And we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American. Wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to a construction site. Hundreds of cheering union members turned out to meet the former president. It was quite a scene.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan near Trump Tower.
I think these maybe were Democrats, but for me, they're a Republican.
And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem just wrapping up her speech. There's another person there, Tiff, who was kind of on the short list for for a short time anyway. And then she had the incident with the book that didn't turn out too well for her. But at any rate, her message tonight was one that I thought was very important. You know, the theme does seem to be unity. And she highlighted something that I heard President Biden also say in his speech, which was, we don't talk to our neighbors anymore. And she said, you know, we should be visiting our neighbors, and you're not going to win anything by arguing. How do we get back to those days? I mean, obviously there's social media there, but with this kind of, really hyper-partisan environment, how important is it to start talking to people that we just don't agree with?
Hey, Steve, how about family members not talking to each other,
Correct.
let alone neighbors? This is where I believe the clergy of the country, no matter what faith you are, has an important role. To get to the people and talk to them about those basic fundamental issues that we grew up on, God and country, God, family. Get the family together. Do you remember the saying, the family that prays together stays together? So we have to start there. Spiritually, we have a lot with mental health. We have a lot with physical health. But how about spiritual health? We lack that in this country today. And I think that's, to answer your question, that's at least a real good beginning on how we get there.
Absolutely.
To your point, Steve, I do think unity has been a big theme we're hearing tonight. We know, of course, former President Trump has said he's rewritten his speech for the RNC to really focus on that message of unity following the assassination attempt 2 days ago. Kristi Noem touched on that as well, saying that 2 days ago the whole world changed, especially given the family that lost someone, that former firefighter who did die from one of the bullets that was aimed at the former president. And she does mention, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem here, that message of unity and, to your point, right, going out there, talking to each other. And her favorite speech, right, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, and how looking at the history of America and remembering what we stand for, and then going with that to your neighbors, to your friends, and getting out there and uniting them by talking with them and not just kind of, this divisive rhetoric that we've been seeing, especially in media, social media, all these different platforms where people are hiding behind that keyboard. They're not going out and speaking. And Dave, what did you make of this, especially given, how close this race is? It really seems like it's coming down to turnout if people go out there. But when it comes to that unity, how do you see this fitting in? The keyboard warriors, if you will, versus talking face to face?
I know, right? Obviously, if you go on Twitter, you can get sucked into so many arguments with that, and which obviously goes against the unity thing that they've been talking about. And it comes up in a lot of families, I'm sure, as well. Actually, I wanted to go back to something we were talking about earlier, where we had Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin up there talking. There was actually a New York Times Siena poll just released that showed Biden's lead over Trump was at about 3 percentage points. This is released just this month. This is New York Times Siena poll that's got there. Biden, of course, won the state by 10 percentage points in the 2020 election. Obviously, it's very close to Washington, D.C., so it wouldn't be an easy flip for Trump. But this is actually below the margin of Georgia, according to 538 poll, where he's got a 5% lead. Right around Arizona and Nevada is the same kind of margin, around 3%. So we're seeing some very unusual or maybe unpredictable. It was hard to say 2020 that Trump would be this close to Virginia, but at least the polls are starting to show it like that.
Yeah, and I think, back to the point that Tiffany made about the firefighter, the volunteer firefighter who was killed at the incident where made the attempt on former President Trump's life. I think we do have to mention him tonight and talk about his family and just the unthinkable tragedy that they're suffering right now. Fortunately, former President Trump survived, but he did not. And one of the things that she did write on social media was the hatred for one man took the life of the one that we love most. He was a hero that shielded his daughters. His wife and girls just lived through the unthinkable and unimaginable. Steve, you've you were a civil servant, you've dedicated your life. How does this affect you?
Well, it's sad. It's a sad situation where here's a guy that put his life on the line every single day of his life. And I can imagine, because I've worked as a police officer, you're not home for birthdays, you're not home for Christmas, you're not home for New Year's. But your wife and your kids understand that you've committed your entire life to better mankind and to save lives. And it's just sad to see this, but let not the taking of his life go in vain. It should be a memory burned in our minds, hearts, souls, and spirits of all of us. He was there with his family on a day off to enjoy America, not just enjoy the place where President Trump was, but he was enjoying his country. And let us never forget that.
And right now we're going to cut back to the RNC convention where we have Florida Congressman Byron Donalds preparing to speak.
Good evening, Milwaukee. You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You gotta let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance. Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
Attention to Iris Tao, who is right there in the midst of it all, our White House correspondent. Iris, who do you have there with you?
Good evening to all of you. So right now, standing right next to me is Lauren Tabus, the chairman of the Republican Party of Pennsylvania. So Mr. Tabus, first of all, the assassination attempt last weekend happened in your state of Pennsylvania. What's your message to Pennsylvanians who are still trying to heal from this incident?
Well, look, violence has no place in a democracy. I mean, we have to, as a people, start to unite and work together. We can disagree on many issues, but we should do it respectfully and civilly. And this is a tragic event. And this is wrong, and we have to, as Americans, realize and stop and say, this is a moment for us to come together.
And Pennsylvania is known as a battleground state. We've seen many candidates coming to campaign here. What are the top issues on voters' mind in your state?
Number one is the economy. The cost of living is unbelievably high now. The average family in Pennsylvania is paying almost $10,000 a year more just to put food on the table, pay for their gas, pay their mortgage rates. In addition, people are concerned about the border. Fentanyl is a big crisis in Pennsylvania. We've had an increase in fentanyl opioid deaths of 79% over the last few years. And then the other issue that is critical is the safety in your community, to be safe in your neighborhood and to be able to ensure that your children have a great education and go to the schools that are best for them.
And lastly, what do you think presidential candidates on both sides should do more to bring unity to America?
I think the most important thing is when you articulate your issues, do it respectfully, make your points, try not to make personal attacks, but the point is, the American voter wants to know the substance of what you're saying. Make your case clear, try to be positive, and to me that would be the best for all Americans.
Mr. Tabas, thank you so very much. And right now we're still waiting for more speeches to go in tonight, and the word we have is tonight at around 9 p.m. local time here, we're going to see former President Trump appearing at that family box right there at this convention. So a lot to watch for in the coming hour. Back to you.
And that was NTD's White House correspondent Iris Tao there in Media Row at the RNC for us. Again, we had that message of unity coming from the chair there from the state where the assassination attempt happened. Given that, we also heard earlier from Florida Representative Byron Donalds, who was highlighting his own story growing up, kind of touching back into the American dream aspect. He was also talking about this is the time to come together. Again, we're hearing that message of unity and saying that that time is now. I want to go back to this assassination attempt on the former president that was just 2 days ago. There have been a lot of references or echoes, people are saying, to President Ronald Reagan, who also projected strength and humor after nearly being assassinated as well. This was back in 1981. Now, people have called him back then that after that event, he became almost a mythic figure. How do you see this assassination attempt on Trump impacting how people view Trump, Lieutenant?
Well, there's no doubt in my mind they view him as a very courageous individual, a very strong individual, determined to get the job done. I'm proud of him when he put his fist up and he said, fight, fight, fight. He meant, let's continue to fight for America. No matter what happens to me, you do the job and make America great again. That's the way I looked at it. So I believe independents and Democrat, moderate, and conservatives say, you know what? This guy's one of us. He ain't going to give up. Nobody's going to destroy him. Nobody's going to cause us to surrender. We're going to win, as he says, win, win, win.
On that note, we've seen Trump over the years say, it's also on his campaign page, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in their way. Many are saying what we saw the other day was a clear sign of that, especially for the firefighter who did lose his life, right? The bullet that was meant for the former president. Given this, how do you see perhaps people's perception of Trump changing following this event?
Well, I've got to tell you, I was really happy to hear him mention God, the first thing out of his mouth, that God saved me. And we talked about this earlier, the need to bring God back into our lives. He's president of the United States. Reagan, same thing. He said to the Pope after the assassination attempt, now I know why I'm here. God gave me a mission to take down communism in the Soviet Union. And I believe Trump echoed something like that, that I believe that God has given me a mission to save America. And if he goes down that path, not just by word and deed, we're going to see some significant changes in him for the better and in this country.
Now, we did see the Florida rep there, Byron Donalds, talking a lot about education, his own story growing up. And now Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, many are noting that he won and was successful in his state due to his whole push on education. It seems that's a huge issue for voters among many. Dave, what did you make of the speeches we've heard and potentially those points coming up in the polls?
You know, what Byron Donalds was talking about with education, I mean, this is one of their planks that they're revealing in their new platform. I'll read it specifically there. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. So this is, I'm sure this is going to be a big, major talking point. Obviously, today's talking point It's really been more about wealth, although we've heard a lot about unity. So I would expect that we're going to hear plenty more about this very important plank as the week goes on, for sure.
And please.
May I weigh in a little on the education issue? I met Byron Donald. I campaigned for him in his early days. What a genuine man with a good family. But here's something I was glad to
Sorry,
hear.
Lieutenant, just hold that thought because we do have to go back to the RNC. David Sachs, former CEO of Yammer, is speaking now.
And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then, he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its 3rd year, with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on is the chant, F Joe Biden. Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart, rather than sleepy and senile. Or, in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman. a president who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace. A president who will stand up to the warmongers instead of empowering them. My fellow Americans, we need a leader who commands respect and demands reciprocity from other nations. We need strength and savviness in the White House Situation Room, even if the crisis hits after Biden's bedtime. We need a president who can be president and lead, not a puppet controlled by his or her staff. We need order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire. My friends, we need President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Please welcome women's advocate Vanessa Fora.
Wow, you all look wonderful, beautiful from here. Look at that crowd.
Oh, she's...
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America.
All right, there we have on screen right now, I'm pretty sure, is Vanessa Fora. She's the Executive Director of Moms for America Action. And there we have her on screen, but we're going to bring it back in studio and perhaps go off site to a remote guest if we have him. We have Robert Patillo joining us online if he's there. Robert, great seeing you again. Thanks so much for joining us. To begin, just what's your reaction so far to what you've seen tonight at the RNC, but also Trump picking Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate? What do you make of this?
Well, I think that America missed a moment with the first day of the RNC convention and the picking of J.D. Vance. I think that after the events of the attempted assassination of President Trump this weekend, the attempted coup against President Biden in recent weeks by unnamed donors and special interest groups, I think we had a moment where America could truly come together, where we could put down the partisan rhetoric, where we could talk about an America agenda that dealt with issues such as gun control, that dealt with issues such as mental health, that really dealt with issues that were affecting the American people. On the first night of the RNC convention, we are hearing the exact same red meat rhetoric that we have heard for the last several years from the Republican Party, very light on ideas, very heavy on culture war. And I think that this is the same caustic environment that inspired people such as the shooter on Saturday to take those sorts of drastic actions. We have to come together as a country, and the first day of the RNC convention does nothing to do that.
Robert, this is Steve Lance in studio. To the point that you made there about President Biden, I guess you called it an attempted coup attempt by donors, Democratic donors. I want to get your thoughts on that. It seems to, because of the assassination attempt on former President Trump, have kind of, at least definitely gone out of the news cycle. Do you think this is the last that we have heard of this, or will this ultimately resurface?
I think it's the last we heard of it. This was the Hollywood coup. This was the donors at first blaming President Biden's age and quote-unquote infirmity for wanting to remove him from office. Within 3 days, it turned into his poll numbers. They wanted to remove him from office. Once they realized they couldn't get rid of him, the whole thing fell apart within a couple of days. As Omar from The Wire said, when you come for the king, you best not miss. So President Biden is going to be the nominee at the convention. He's going to be on the ballot in November, and he still has a great chance of winning this race. But when we talk about the agenda that has to happen going forward, I think this is a tremendous opportunity for the Biden campaign to pivot away from what the political consultants are telling you and really pivot to what Joe Biden has ran on his entire career, which is delivering for the middle class in America, delivering for the Rust Belt, delivering those types of bipartisan victories for the working class in this country that is antithetical to people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, who believe that we should have a top-down economy instead of a bottom-up and center-out economy.
Robert Patillo, thank you for that. And to your point on the message of unity, we did see President Biden give his speech, several addresses actually to the nation, talking about lowering the temperature in the country. We've also seen reports that former President Trump has actually rewritten his speech for the RNC to focus on unity. I don't think we're hearing that speech until Thursday. But given that, Robert, what would you like to see both sides doing in terms of lowering that temperature and getting back to potentially this middle ground where we do return to that United States of America? Remember what we stand for. What would you like to see from both sides?
Well, I ran for judge in Fulton County earlier this year, and the first thing that I realized within 24 hours of running for announcing I was running for judge was the number of death threats that you get when you run for office right now in America. Indeed, one death threat that we got included a picture of me in my front yard getting my mail. Those are the types of death threats you get when you're running for office in America right now. And that is because the way that we describe our political adversaries is not a question of do you believe in a 2% tax or an 8% tax. It's not a question of do you believe in focusing on social programs or focusing on military and tax cuts. It's now this question of is the other person a absolute enemy to you, and can we even tolerate them existing in the same country? The conversation has to move towards a place of reconciliation and having ideological conversations as opposed to these culture war conversations. I think that both President Trump and President Biden should have came together this morning in the Rose Garden and came out to have a joint press conference compelling the nation to come together and work on one accord. That in any other organized democracy in first world country, we will see them saying that we disagree vehemently on many issues, on every part of this campaign. However, we come together as Americans and want to lower this temperature. But it seems that as soon as the bullet struck, the immediate reaction was to go back to our tribal corners. And we know that that is a completely ineffective way to run a nation, particularly the most powerful nation in the world. So now that we're seeing the RNC has absolutely no intention of reaching across those party lines and trying to come to a place of reconciliation, I feel that we have gone back to the same place we were 2 or 3 weeks ago, where we're in our tribal corners and not trying to work together as a nation.
All right, teams back here in studio. We do have Lieutenant Stephen Rogers here with us. I think he has some thoughts that he would like to share.
Yeah, my first thought is you got to be kidding me. He's got to be kidding me. He's probably a nice guy. I mean, I'm not going to denigrate him, but I see this country coming together after that assassination attempt. And maybe, like we said earlier, it's something that was evil and bad, but could be turned to good. I've spoken to Democrats and independents, and they put their partisan politics aside, even for a moment. And they said, we need to come together as Americans and put an end, obviously, to the heated rhetoric, but we need to put an end to the hatred. So that's what I heard people saying. We are trying to come together. So I think what we have to do is, again, think about who we are and where we're going as Americans, and hopefully we'll get there. But the gentleman, and he's a gentleman, I'm sure, and again, I don't want to make this personal, but my blood started to boil, because the very thing you're doing is you're helping make the nation decide. And what he did, in my view, is not wanting to make the nation decide. He wants the Democrat Party to decide. And yet we saw tonight the Republicans, through their convention, reach out to America. If you notice, they didn't attack Joe Biden. I didn't hear any vicious attacks against him personally. And they mentioned policies, and they mentioned let's unite and come together. So anyway, now that I've calmed down, thanks for giving me the opportunity to respond.
To your point, one of the interviews that our White House correspondent Iris Tao did with the Pennsylvania GOP chairman there, he said that there's no place for political violence in the United States. It needs to be civil discourse. And she also asked him what can be done, and he said a limiting of the personal attacks.
Yes.
You mentioned that at the top of the program as well. One thing that Robert said, though, that I found interesting was he suggested maybe having President Biden and former President Trump in a press conference in the Rose Garden. Do you think that maybe we'll start with a handshake at the next debate?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Maybe they'll do that this time. In fact, I think by President Joe Biden calling President Donald Trump, I looked at that as a good thing, and maybe behind the scenes, it'll lead to that handshake. But a bigger issue could be, let's get to our children in the schools in elementary level. Let's talk about unity. Let's talk about the greatness of America. Because all we hear on the other media stations is how bad America is, how evil we are, the hatred. These kids aren't learning about the truth. And the truth is that we are a great country, and we need to let them know that. So as they grow up over the years, they're going to see the greatness of America. So it's just a big plan we have to put together to include everyone, including our young people.
Robert, we want to bring you back in to respond if there's anything you'd like to say in response to Lieutenant Stephen Rogers.
Well, for Lieutenant Rogers, I agree that we have to come together as a nation. And I think the things that unite us as Americans are far bigger than the things that tear us apart. But I do think that the rhetoric that we've seen, particularly with these online chat groups, are really driving American social society. When we look at some of the policies that are coming out that are really farther to the extreme in American politics, deporting 10 to 20 million Americans, firing 50,000 civil servants and replacing them with conservative loyalists. I think these are the things that pull us apart, and we have to focus on those things to bring us together. Supporting our military, supporting our troops overseas, bringing about equality in our communities, providing opportunities for everybody from the richest to the poorest in our nation. These are places where we can indeed come together, and I think that regardless of who the next president is, whether it be President Trump or President Biden, I would like for us to go back to that concept of doors
Robert,
turned good
we're just going to pause you.
We
have to pause you right there for a moment. I apologize. We're going to come back to you. We're just going to go to a statement that's being made by former President Trump at the RNC convention.
Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
All right, so there was a pre-taped message from the former president right there. We're hearing kind of the old version of Trump right there. Of course, he has said he has rewritten his speech that we're expecting on Thursday, but we did cut you off, Robert, so we'll let you finish your previous statement.
Proves my point exactly. We can't get through the first day of the RNC convention without talking about the radical Democrats. They're going to cheat. They're going to steal the election from you. We have to come together. We have to defeat them. The most important day in American history is we take our country back. That is what inspires people such as this shooter. That's the exact point that I'm trying to make. We can't come together as a nation when you have one of the leading presidential candidates talking about this concept of American tribalism that almost resulted in him being killed on Saturday, and they're so addicted to that level of rhetoric. They're so addicted because they have absolutely no policies. They don't talk about healthcare. They don't talk about Social Security. They don't talk about education.
Right, Robert,
they don't talk about women's rights.
Robert,
all they talk about is tribalism and the destruction of America, and that is why it's so difficult to come together.
All right, we will have to stop you again because Senator Marsha Blackburn is now speaking at the RNC. This is the senator from Tennessee, so let's hear what she has to say, and then we will get back to you, Robert.
President Trump's tax and regulation cuts. Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a four-letter word for Bordeaux medals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. The day Joe and Kamala walked into office, gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know? And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hard-working Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump. Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shana Gray, she is a black female owner of Gray Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shana, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next President of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
All right, we're back in studio here with our guests and also remote. We have Robert Patillo. Robert, apologize, we had to cut to Senator Blackburn. You can pick up where you left off and comment on part of her speech if you'd like as well.
Well, certainly to that point, that's still not a message of unity. And I'm trying to understand what exactly the Republican Party learned from Saturday about bringing this country together. Also, just full of complete fabrications and lies. Joe Biden created 16 million jobs while in the first 3 years of his administration. We saw unemployment be low 4% for the longest period of time in American history. We saw inflation drop from 9.2% at when he in 2021 down to 2.9% in most recent numbers. We've had negative inflation in the last report. 260,000 jobs created in the month of May alone. So when we're talking about this concept of trying to bring America together, I think it has to start with the idea of living in the same shared reality. And this kind of MAGA fever dream that it seems the Republican Party has succumbed to is not a place that Americans can come together. And I'm fearful that this will simply become business as usual in American politics, and that we can no longer simply agree on just existing with the same numbers, facts, and reality, then arguing ideology from there and who can do better. But there's been nothing from this convention thus far that's trying to bring Americans together.
Okay, right now we're going to hold this thought and take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
There's cultures that have been lost, but this culture hasn't been. The artist is showing us our sense of who we are, where we came from. You look at his hat. His hat is knitted probably by a man, because a man traditionally knitted the hats. That hat tells you the story of who this person is, what his place in the culture is, the animals around him. Everything's all contained in the messages in the hat. And the tool that he's carrying over his shoulder. This is a centuries-old tool that has been able to rework the mountains. Those traditions are invaluable, and if we don't honor those traditions, then we're rootless. The artist is showing us the value of maintaining our culture and respecting our culture.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lee Greenwood.
Hello, RNC. President of the United States. Prayer works. This nation based on faith. Prayer works. Because he was sure, as Donald Trump turned his head just slightly, that the bullet missed him just enough to save his life to be the next president of the United States. We have believed for so long that God will make some changes in this country, and he's about to make a change in the current administration and send them home. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. Tonight we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in this United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there wasn't
and
any when
gentlemen,
President Trump was
please
president.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. As the next president of the United States. He is here tonight to show his courage, his defiance against somebody who tried to kill him. You will not take this man down. He has the courage, the strength, and he will be the next president of the United States. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea. Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th President of the United States and soon to be the 47th President of the United States, please welcome Donald J. Trump.
So there you have it, folks. Pretty remarkable scene. The first public image, I guess you could say, or video of former President Trump since the assassination attempt on his life. You can clearly see where he was shot through his ear. There's a bandage covering it. I heard from his doctor, his former doctor at the White House, who's now a congressman, Ronnie Jackson, in an interview saying that this is a pretty sensitive area in the body and that'll likely be wearing that for at least a few days until it does heal and won't be at risk of bleeding. But you know, he just did an amazing walkthrough with his, I guess, the theme song that he has at all of his rallies. Proud to be an American. Lee Greenwood singing it live in the venue. We're not going to hear from the former president tonight, but he did make the appearance, and right now he's standing next to his vice president his pick for vice president, J.D. Vance. You saw Tucker Carlson there, who's also a good friend of Vance as well, and his son, Don Jr., his wife right behind him, and he's flanked right there. We'll see what comes next as the song wraps up.
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
And there you just saw the crowd chanting, USA, USA. The former president in attendance right now, probably to catch the last hour of speeches, where right now you have Mark Laws, grandfather of 3 and retiree, who's going to talk about his experience under the current administration and how he feels as though he's suffering from inflation. But before we get to his speech, it looks like the crowd is not going to let up on their chants for former President Trump, and they do now. And maybe we'll cut into the speech for a moment. Witness?
Man, right, proud American tonight. Feel the patriotism, one group. All the people there, including many of them televised. That's what we need, a positive message, if not in word, in deed, and we saw it tonight.
Still some images there of the president, former president.
Good evening, I'm Mark Laws, and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician. But I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepaw, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. And if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly, I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great. I've wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I settle for a cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking, I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now. We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore.
And there we're hearing from Mark Laws right now. He is a resident of Michigan, a grandfather of 13, and a retiree, talking about how inflation has been impacting him. But we are getting word that Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio, who is now the vice presidential pick by former President Trump, spoke earlier on Sean Hannity, and I think we have a soundbite, so let's play that.
When the president called me today to actually formally offer me to become, the vice presidential nominee, which just sounds crazy, my 7-year-old son, was sort of making noise in the background. I'm getting so embarrassed. It's the call. Who knows whether it's good or bad? But then he actually has me put my 7-year-old son on the phone. You think about this. Everything that's happened, the guy just got shot at a couple of days ago, and he takes the time to talk to my 7-year-old. It's a moment I'll never forget. He just said, look, I think we've got to go save this country. I think you're the guy who can help me in the best way. You can help me govern. You can help me win. You can help me in some of these Midwestern states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and so forth.
So there we just heard from Ohio Senator J.D. Vance speaking with Sean Hannity about when he found out he was going to be the vice presidential nominee or pick by the former president, and mentioning that, after everything that the former president had gone through, nearly being assassinated, he wanted to take the time to talk to J.D. Vance's 7-year-old son. And we've seen some reporting, not a lot on the mainstream media, but we have seen some reporting where family is very important to the former president, especially his family and what they've gone through. But Lieutenant, what did you make of what you just heard from J.D. Vance?
Well, what we're hearing is probably what we should be hearing with regard to maybe the real President Trump, as people would say. Compassionate guy, family man. Tell you a little story, though. When I was in the juvenile bureau, head of the juvenile bureau in the police department, I used Donald Trump's family. I never knew him at that time, and how his kids grew up learning the work ethic, learning honesty, integrity. I wrote him a letter, and I said, Mr. Trump, I want you to know that I've used your children in some of my lessons for young people in the school district. He wrote me back, and I took that letter with me when I met him at Trump Tower when he ran for president, and I showed it to him, and I said, you remember this? And he looked at it, he says, well, that's my signature on there. So compassionate man, family man, that's the side of Trump maybe we'll see more of moving forward.
Robert, if you're with us, would like to bring you back in studio here. Basically, you heard the soundbite from Senator J.D. Vance with Sean Hannity. He said that the former president called him and said that he thinks he's the best person to give him a chance to win, but also to help him govern. And I want to get your thoughts on, how do you think the Democratic Party is looking at Senator Vance as the VP pick? And do you think that he poses potentially the biggest challenge to Vice President Kamala Harris in their scheduled debate come September or October?
I think J.D. Vance is an absolute gift to the Democratic Party. J.D. Vance has said worse things about President Trump than I have ever said about President Trump. J.D. Vance has said that Trump might be America's Hitler. J.D. Vance has said that Donald Trump is completely unfit for office. And I think one of the big things we have heard from Republicans in the last several weeks about Kamala Harris is this idea of her being the DEI vice president, the New York Post put on the front page, her being, quote unquote, unqualified to be president. Kamala Harris's resume runs circles around J.D. Vance. Her acumen as a prosecutor in California, as a U.S. senator, and her comportment as vice president, I think all Democrats are now looking forward to that debate and the opportunity for Vice President Harris to really shine and show her record versus J.D. Vance, who really rocketed to fame and stardom by writing a book and having a movie, etc. Her legislative record, her record of actually bringing down crime and bringing justice to families, I think is what the American people are looking forward to seeing. And we are now in a place where the vice presidential debate, now having two octogenarians as our standard bearers, is more important than ever. And Vice President Harris is in a great position to really display her acumen in that debate with Senator Vance.
In fairness, Robert, I think that in political discourse, we see people from their own party. We saw the situation with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden back when they were on the debate stage talking about desegregation, where Kamala referred to her being that little girl. And then next thing you know, we have both names on the ticket. Do you really think that that's going to be enough to kind of paint the picture that this is not a good tandem? And ultimately, where do you see, how do you see Kamala Harris faring in the debate with J.D. Vance?
I think Kamala Harris is going to destroy J.D. Vance in the debate. And to your point about the "I was that girl" statement, Kamala Harris is actually running against President Biden at the time for the Democratic nomination. J.D. Vance has never run against President Trump. This is just how he feels. He doesn't like the guy. And even if you look in the dais there with President Trump at the convention, you have Tucker Carlson, where we had emails that revealed he said he absolutely despises President Trump. President Trump has positioned himself with a team of vipers, people who are only looking for their own personal benefit. And now we have Amber Rose, the founder of the Slut Walk, talking at the Republican convention in a place where we used to have Christian conservatives, as they've taken the planks off about being a pro-life party. They've taken the planks off about family values. We've seen a pure perversion of conservatism, and I think J.D. Vance is an example of that. And we may see a revolt within the base of the Republican Party based on what it has become, spending $8 trillion, taking away Christian conservative values, and then nominating somebody who calls President Trump a Nazi or the American Hitler. I think Democrats are in a great position.
I know Stephen Rogers is chomping at the bit to say something here. However, we'll give him that opportunity. But first, we're going to go to Amber Rose.
Is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician, and I don't want to be. But I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump. I know this because for a long time I believed those lies. So I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse. And I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love. And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong. So I let go of my fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Where's he at? I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble. Just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am. And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart.
And Robert Patillo, we're going to bring you back in here remotely with us. Amber Rose there, pretty powerful testimony. She said the media lied to us. She said I was lied to. And then she went on to say that her father was a Trump supporter and challenged her to prove that Trump was a racist. And she said that she couldn't. What do you make of Amber Rose's speech here?
This is the end of the conservative movement. This is the end of the party of Reagan. I grew up with a conservative movement of Pat Buchanan, of Jerry Falwell, of Pat Robertson, of the Christian Cathedral, the Moral Majority. We have the founder of the Slut Walk speaking at the first night of the RNC convention. The Republican Party is now the party of Amber Rose, Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, and 50 Cent. I mean, this is a ridiculous point of view. Imagine being a young conservative college student, really devoting yourself to this movement and fighting, and understanding you got to be Kanye West's ex-girlfriend and a video vixen to speak on the first night of the Republican Party. This is disgraceful. This is embarrassing for Republicans. They can do better than this. We are talking about a situation and a grave threat to the to Western civilization, where someone attempted to assassinate the former president 2 days ago, and there was an attempted coup against the sitting president 2 weeks ago. And we're talking about Kanye West's ex-girlfriend speaking tonight. This is a complete disgrace for our republic.
In all fairness, I mean, you've mentioned the Slut Walk a few times. It's not probably an ideal name, but it is an organization that is actually meant to help rape victims and those that have been sexually abused. So I do want to, just clarify that one point. But we really do appreciate your perspective. We're going to bring it back in studio right now. Thank you so much for joining us. And so with that said, Stephen Rogers, what do you make of her speech? Did you find it inspiring at all?
I found it inspiring and truthful, because the fact of the matter is, I really believe, by my own personal experience, that the mainstream media creates their own narratives, and they do lie. You know how I know that? I've been on their broadcasts. I've sat in their studios, and I've seen them face to face, how they operate. In fact, at one point, I remember turning a particular station down and walking out because they wanted to do something with regard to something I said and change the narrative. So she was right, absolutely right. But our fellow Robert is his name, the gentleman that we just heard, I was getting depressed hearing him. I mean, it was just negative, negative, negative. And I wanted to tell him if we had time, I'm a Reagan Republican. I'm proud of Donald Trump. I'm proud of this country. So what we need to do is stop talking like that. We need to become a Republican Party that is doing what we heard tonight. Maybe there were little slip-ups here and there, but the primary message theme is unity. It's pride in America. And I would hope, and I really mean this, that the Democrat Party gets their act together and moves forward with that theme. If they do, we'll all come out better off. But I just, well, I'll leave it at that with Robert.
And with that said, we'll be back with more in just a moment.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I am living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're gonna benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back here in studio, but we're going to toss it right now to Sean O'Brien, the president of the Teamsters Union, who's speaking at the RNC.
State in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight. I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention. Several months ago, I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB. Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change. And I want to be clear, at the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know one thing. What are you doing to help American workers? As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them. We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the Business Roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and to the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree D.C. is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants. But the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America. We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate delays, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor-trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern, because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
And I believe we have NTD's Iris Tao, who is on site where the Teamsters Union, Sean O'Brien, just gave a pretty powerful speech in front of former President Trump. Iris, what can you tell us?
It's a great pleasure to be here.
Good evening to all. So that was unprecedented. This is the first time in history that a Teamster Union's president has spoken at a Republican National Convention. The President O'Brien himself says this is unprecedented. So standing right next to me, her name is Phyllis, and she works for the Carpenters Union. And so first of all, tell us, what do you think about that speech just now? What it means when it comes to a shift in politics?
Well, I think whatever he said was very good. It's very good for the people, the workers. It wasn't like that years ago because I'm retired a long time now. But we were told who to vote for. Men always made a heck of a lot more money than the women. It wasn't like that fair. But I did work there because the pension, we got a very good pension, and the money was, it was there. It was steady. So I worked there 30 years, so I guess I did enjoy it.
And Mr. O'Brien was talking about cooperation across two parties to help union workers. What specific steps do you think can be done to do that?
Well, I think that we, as individuals, we have to vote the way we want to. I don't know how to answer you on that. I'm so sorry.
And as a union, as someone who works for the union, what are the top priorities you think are for union workers in this country?
You get a very good pension. See, I told you I worked years ago, not today, but we got a very good pension, we got vacations, everybody got along with one another. I mean, I wasn't a boss, so I don't know, but I enjoyed working there.
Do you see a path forward for the Republican Party to get union votes in this election?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, yes, I think a lot of people are going to change because it's going to be much better.
Phyllis, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay, so right now we're at this convention with more speeches to come tonight, and we'll keep you all updated.
Thank you.
Al, reporting right there at the heart of it all. Very interesting discussion with that nice woman, Phyllis, who was a former union worker. One thing that sort of struck me that she said was that we were told who to vote for. And, I've actually been privy or present at a union meeting when I did some volunteer work in the past. I was asked to give a speech. And before that, I was able to listen to some of their meetings, and the union boss was there, and he was pretty much telling them who to vote for. Really fascinating that the president of the Teamsters Union would address the RNC.
I think it is, and this woman, she's got a lot of history behind her. She really sees the reality of what happened in the past. She was right. The union bosses, the shop stewards, I mean, it was a political enterprise. Here, vote, but vote for one person. But she really gave the American people tonight on this broadcast a lesson about how the past was and how the unions are now. And to see the president of the union up there, notice he didn't endorse anybody. He was just up there saying, hey, look, this is the reality of life, and this is the way that we are working now, and you make the decision.
Right now, we're just going to go back into the feed at the RNC where we have Harmeet Dillon addressing the crowd.
तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे तुमरी किरपा.
All right, well, it seems there's a prayer happening right now, but we are going to bring it back in studio here. Lieutenant, I want to go back to a previous topic. J.D. Vance, the Ohio senator who is now Trump's or former President Trump's pick for vice president. We did hear Robert Patillo earlier going on about Vance's history, how he was a self-described never-Trumper. He said some pretty nasty things about the former president. But looking into his history here, Vance changed that stance when he met Trump in 2021. He's also said before, he's described the former President Trump as, quote, one of the few political leaders in America that recognizes the frustration that exists in large parts of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Eastern Kentucky, and more. And he's now become a huge champion of Trump's populist, anti-elite political movement. And with him becoming the vice president pick tonight, how do you see potentially that shift also happening in Americans if someone like this, who's, self-described never-Trumper, can become the VP pick?
Well, he who has not sinned cast the first stone, right? I, in politics, have said things about my opponents and later on became ardent supporters of them. And to answer your question directly, the reason why that happens is you think, what's more important, your politics or your country? And I think J.D. Vance, after speaking to Trump, realized that this is bigger than me. This is for the United States of America. This is an effort to bring the country together. And to J.D. Vance's credit, he made that decision. Let's do this together.
And Dave, we do have Dave Martin here with us. I know you've done a lot of research into the short list of VP picks. J.D. Vance was part of that. Tell us what you found, and was this surprising to you tonight?
When I was researching all these VP picks, of course, I found a number of them actually had sparred, of course, with Trump in the past. And like Robert Patillo said, yeah, J.D. Vance did too. And that wasn't when they were both going for the presidential nominee. Now, obviously, it seems like Trump is on very good terms now with Marco Rubio, Nikki Haley, obviously J.D. Vance. And we also saw tonight maybe a little bit different looking Trump. Like he does seem a little bit more mellow tonight. Maybe that pre-recorded message wasn't so much. It really makes me interested to kind of hear his reworked speech on Thursday night and see how that unify is going to come into that speech, or maybe he'll still be very mellow about that. It would be kind of interesting to see.
On that note, we are hearing Michael Whatley, the RNC chair, talking about the former president right now. Let's see if we can tune into that.
The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
And there you have it, the RNC chair, Michael Whatley, gaveling out for the evening, concluding this evening's RNC convention activities and speeches. A lot to take in, a lot to process there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I guess, you know, your thoughts on the evening, Lieutenant. How do you think it went? And do you think that this was a good night for the Republicans?
Outstanding night for the Republicans. I mean, they really had a theme of unity. There was a lot of peace. There was inspirational moments. And a really great start for you guys. And I'm going to let you know, I've said off camera, I'm impressed. I mean, you got that, I keep on staring at that thing you got back there. The nation decides, but you helped America. You helped them decide. You helped them by educating them and by showing them what you show them tonight. And I'm sure there'll be more news in the future, where you're one of the very few, if not the only one, network that's talking about America deciding and not the media.
Well, we do appreciate your kind words. I mean, I can tell everybody at the table and our audience that we do take pride in how we cover politics, and we surely do not want to tell people how to think. We want to give everybody both sides, and we're more than willing to have both sides on, as long as it's respectful and civil discourse, which for the most part tonight it was, and we appreciate your perspective and keeping the tone and tenor that way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Of course, we do have NTD's Dave Martin here with us. He was breaking down some numbers and polls for us. Do you have any last thoughts?
You know, I didn't finish that thought that you had asked me earlier. We were talking about, you know, what the latest with Trump, obviously the assassination attempt, the illegal docs case dismissed this morning. How is this, I'm sorry, classified docs, thank you very much. How will this affect the polls? It's been a very close year between him and Biden, really, you know. The month after the State of the Union address, Biden cut the lead from 2 points to 1 point, of course, across these major polls. Then you had Trump's felony conviction. Biden actually went in the lead in the national average. But after the CNN debate, Trump was back up 3 points. I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens immediately after the events of the last 2 days.
Very good points indeed. And let's now go check in with NTD's Iris Tao, who is on the ground at the RNC. Iris, what do you have for us now?
Right now, we are at the very end of the day one of Republican National Convention right here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. The crowds are all leaving. And as we just saw, actually, Trump and his VP choice, Senator J.D. Vance, were just leaving that family box far away from the stage right there as well. And actually, right next to Trump, we also saw today Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, as well as former Fox host Tucker Carlson. An interesting sight there at that family box, as all of them were watching the later part of this convention today. And meanwhile, today we did hear from a variety of speakers. Just now we have the president of the Teamsters, which is unprecedented at a Republican National Convention, also from different groups, from different walks of life. And that is the day one of this Republican National Convention, where Trump and J.D. Vance got enough delegates to beat the nominee for the Republican ticket, and now they're going to formally accept their nomination. And 2 days later, on Thursday, and that's when former President Trump will not only be here to watch it, but also come out to give a speech accepting his nomination. So a lot to watch for in the coming 2 days. But today, the biggest suspense is finally settled as we know that J.D. Vance has become Trump's VP pick. So a very dramatic day as we, of course, thought about different candidates, different possibilities, and finally that announcement came today on day one of the Republican National Convention here in Milwaukee, with more to come in the next 2 days. Back to you.
All right, Iris Tao, our NTD White House correspondent, thank you so much for covering day one for us. And as you mentioned, that was just day one. We have 3 more to go, with the themes being Make America Safe, Make America Strong, and Make America Great once again on the last day, where we are expecting former President Trump to speak with his rewritten speech that we've heard. And of course, we do have this show every single night starting at 6 p.m. Eastern, so be sure to tune in for the next 3 days. And we would love to thank our guests and, of course, our viewers for tuning in today.
And thank you so much for joining us, Lieutenant Stephen Rogers, Dave Martin, filling in here. We really appreciate it. And this is the evening for The Nation Decides 2024. We'll see you tomorrow evening for day 2.
As we naturally age, many people are getting zero amount of this incredible and unique substance. That's when we start seeing an impact in our joints, skin, nails, and even our digestion.
People ask me, Dr. X, what is the #1 supplement I should be taking? My answer is multi-collagen protein.
People's reactions to me, people were like, what are you doing? What is going on? You look amazing. You have a glow about you.
What makes Ancient Nutrition Multi-Collagen stand out from other brands? 10 types of collagen. It's grass-fed, pasture-raised with vitamin C and probiotics. It's proven to reduce joint discomfort rapidly, continuously, and persistently. It improves the appearance of crow's feet after 4 weeks and improves skin tone after 8 weeks. And it promotes hair thickness, growth, and a reduction in hair breakage.
It has transformed everything from my hair. Like, my hair was starting to kind of just, come out, and I don't have that anymore. My skin feels amazing.
Call the number on your screen and find out how to get a free bottle when you order, plus free shipping and our 30-day money-back guarantee. And as a bonus, we will include Dr. Josh Axe and Jordan Rubin's revolutionary book, Multi-Collagen Makeover, free with your order, plus free shipping and free returns.
I have implicit trust in Dr. Axe because the plan worked. I'm living proof of it.
This is the collagen protein that is backed by clinical studies. It's what my family uses, it's what I use, and I know you're going to benefit in a big way as well.
Love the results or get your money back. This special TV offer is not available in stores. Call the number on your screen or go online now.
My baby's back from the West Coast.
Here are those pictures that you asked for your school project? First day of school, cute as a button.
So long ago.
Oh, here's